technology companies and citizens to do.
Hello, my name is Vince Cerf. I'm Google's chief internet evangelist. So how do we maximize the utility of the internet while minimizing abusive behaviors that try to use it in harmful ways?
Technology companies and citizens to do.
Hello, my name is Vince Cerf. I'm Google's chief internet evangelist. So how do we maximize
All right,
the utility of the internet while
we
minimizing
apologize for that sound.
At the World Wide Web Foundation, we have worked on the contract for the web. But this time around, we are looking at a global digital compact. This is huge.
Our United Nations Tech Envoy to the UN Secretary General, Mr. Ande to Kenya, and the Cabinet Secretary's representative with us here today. All guests available and present this morning. All observed. A very good morning to us all. I can see that my sound is still being fixed, but we're going to get there. It's so good to have you here this morning, and we are so honored that you are among the best brains that we have on the African continent who are here to forge a way forward on the global digital compact that we are all hoping our input over the next 2 days is going to play a significant role in the global digital cooperation, and that will, at the end of it all, be representative of Africa's context in the global digital compact. My name is Joy Doreen Bira, and I've got my colleague over here. Let me pass the microphone over to him.
Thanks, Joy. And the lights go on again. Thank you very much for that. Hi, I am Martin. Joy and I will guide you through these conversations, through these 2 days, if the sound permits. Let's see. Before we get started with the official inauguration, we try this one. Before we start with the official inauguration, there are just 3 technical aspects we want to mention. First of all, we do have French-speaking participants Alors, bienvenue aux participants plutôt francophones et qui préfèrent parler en français. Vous avez la possibilité d'avoir de la traduction en temps réel. Les appareils sont sur la table. Il y a 2 canaux et canal numéro 5 est le canal numéro 5 est le canal pour la traduction française. So I just invited all the French-speaking participants or those who prefer French to put on the headsets for the interpretation. The same goes for our English-speaking participants. You can use the interpretation as well. We encourage the French-speaking participants, if they want to speak up in French, and then the other participants can put on the headset and listen to your input. Alors, encore une fois, un encouragement aux participants francophones de faire de présenter vos interventions en français, et vos collègues pourront utiliser la traduction également. Okay, with this out of the way, we also stream this event live on YouTube. This is the channel we are using. You can find a QR code on your table. There is a sheet like this that is on each table. You can use it yourself. You can send it to your colleagues who maybe are not able to join today. That is the YouTube stream. And another remark would be regarding our visual support and all the information around these 2 days. You can find them on this very Miro board, a digital whiteboard we're using here for all the presentations. You can access this whiteboard as well at any time. In the middle, here is a QR code for that as well. You can use it also in the evening, early morning, at night, if you cannot sleep. That's possible as well. And also after the event. Thank you very much. We try another microphone. Yeah, this sounds much better. Thank you very much.
Well, okay.
Those were the technical experts. Joy.
Yes, absolutely. There we go. I think I'm at the point where you can't hear me. Please hear my voice. Once again, it's so good to have you here. And in addition to the QR codes, we have the Wi-Fi pass cord in addition to the username. The username is parkin_guest, and the conference code is Nevada, Nevada in block letters, NEVADA. They're all on your tables. Please take advantage of that because it's going to be useful when activating the QR codes because you're going to need a connection as well. Why am I even saying this? You're all ICT experts, so I shouldn't be saying that. But yeah, it's important that you scan the QR codes that are on your table. They're very important for the program. The program is entirely on a Miro platform, so you're going to be able to activate and see exactly the proceedings over the next 2 days. So allow me once again to introduce us. My name is Joy Bira. I am a communicator and a moderator in this case. Together with Martin, who is going to say a little bit about himself, we are going to be taking you through and facilitating over the next 2 days. Martin?
the member states got together for the 75th anniversary of the United Nations. They agreed on a declaration, and one of the 12 things that they committed to do was to improve something called digital cooperation. In other words, they committed to work together across boundaries, territorial boundaries, but also across domains, which means the government sector, the private sector, civil society, academia, and the technology community to address the misuse of these technologies, but also to address the misuse of these technologies to drive progress on the sustainable development goals. We are in Kenya, and we have a very powerful example here how digital technologies can improve the lives of ordinary citizens, can help accelerate development. And I'm speaking, of course, of M-Pesa. M-Pesa and M-Pesa-like solutions like UPI in India have helped small business people access the financial market, have helped the poor with few means to access the modern economy. So this is just one example of the potential of digital technologies for sustainable development. So while we address the risks, the misuse, we also have to look at the opportunity and make sure that everyone can participate in that opportunity. The Global Digital Compact, the reason why we are all here today and tomorrow. This is a unique opportunity. It's a once in a generation opportunity at the Summit of the Future in 2024 to reboot multilateralism, to commit ourselves again at the highest level to address our planetary challenges from debt, lack of development finance, to climate change, environmental degradation, and the digital challenge. There are a number of issues on the agenda. One of the 6 tracks for the Summit of the Future is the digital track. And this track is supposed to result in this high-level document called the Global Digital Compact. This will be, as you've mentioned, will be an opportunity to agree on some shared principles for an open, free, secure, and inclusive digital future. It's an opportunity to lay out not only these shared principles, but also some shared approaches, some priorities. So it's time now to move from principles to action. And this compact can help us lay the foundation for that action across borders and across domains to improve the digital experience for everyone. There are several themes for the proposed Global Digital Compact. One of those themes is addressing the digital divide. And we'll have the opportunity over the next 2 days to get into what is the digital divide. Is it only connectivity, or are there other issues around data and AI, content, accessibility, affordability that should be considered part of the digital divide? Then protecting human rights online. Human rights offline are human rights online. So how do we make sure that rights are not violated? They are protected, they are upheld. So there are some other themes, digital public goods, digital public infrastructure, governing artificial intelligence, which is becoming more and more powerful. Some of you may have heard about ChatGPT, which effectively is reinventing internet search. How do you access knowledge on the internet? These are extremely powerful technologies. So we need to think about how do we align them with our human values. So these are just a few examples of what is on the table with the Global Digital Compact. I'm here to listen, to learn from all of you. And for me, there is one very, very important goal, which is, as the UNSG's Tech Envoy, I've been asked to work with member states to assess the ambition for the Global Digital Compact. We have a lot of good work on the table. We need to lift it up by 15-20% so that it becomes of the level that leaders can look at. It should not be banal, it should not be commonplace, it should be action-oriented, it should be uplifting, it should be powerful. So here is my challenge for you. Over the next 2 days, can we lift up the conversation, go to that level which is worth the while for leaders? And the other challenge for you is, can we find the political center of the Global Digital Compact? And could that political center reflect the aspirations of Africa? So from the perspective of the United Nations, if we can center the Global Digital Compact around the aspirations of Africa, around the aspirations in Southern Asia and other parts of the Global South that are very, very interested in leveraging the digital opportunity, but are also concerned that technology may be misused and some people may be left behind. So that is what I'm looking for over the next 2 days. And I'm really grateful to the organizers, also GIZ, our moderators, for helping us make this happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Amandip Gill. It's now my honor to invite Mr. Daniel Obam, who is representing here today the Cabinet Secretary or Minister for ICT and the Digital Economy. Mr. Daniel Obam is the Communications Secretary at the National Communications Secretariat and advisor to the ICT Cabinet Secretary in the Republic of Kenya. A round of applause for him.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Bonjour. Jambo. You'll notice that the photo there is slightly different from me because it has hair and I don't have hair. So it was taken a few minutes before I got into the room, I think. But before I start reading the speech, which is the reason why I'm here, I just want to request you to accept the apologies of our Cabinet Secretary, Mr. Eliud Owalo. As you know, we have a government that is barely 1 month, 2 months in office. The CS has just been in office one month. Last week on Friday, the principal secretaries were sworn in, so there's still a lot of transition happening. And though the intention was the CS to be here, but they had to go in for a meeting with the newly sworn in principal secretaries. So I was coming here as a participant, but now I've been given this unique honor to address you. So, Your Excellency Sebastian Groth, the German ambassador to Kenya, Your Excellency Mr. Amandip Singh Gill, UN Secretary General's Envoy on Technology, Your Excellency Dr. Regina Greenberger, Cyber Ambassador for the Federal Foreign Office, Mr. Yves Iradukunda, Permanent Secretary, Minister of ICT and Innovation, Rwanda, distinguished guests, my colleagues from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Diaspora Affairs in Kenya, my colleagues from Ministry of Information, Communication and the Digital Economy, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to join you this morning. We are grateful that Kenya was among the 3 countries that were nominated to co-host the Global Digital Compact Consultations, which we are here for today. Kenya fully supports the UN report, Our Common Agenda, and is in concurrence with all the 12 commitments which have been made in the Common Agenda, as they are aligned to the development agenda of the government of Kenya. As we undertake to implement these commitments, we in Kenya believe in the need to accelerate the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. The commitment, for example, one of the commitments, the commitment Protect Our Planet, is in line with our government's commitment to adhere to environmental agreements that Kenya is signatory to as we implement our plans and strategies in Kenya. Key among the commitments, the Common Agenda, is the need to improve the digital cooperation through the Global Digital Compact, GDC. One of the objectives of the GDC is to reconnect all people, including schools, to the internet. This, again, is very much aligned with the commitment of the government of Kenya to avail universal broadband availability to its citizens throughout the country. The aim of the government is to increase and fast-track broadband connectivity across the whole of Kenya through construction of an extra 100,000 kilometers of national fiber optic cable network. And the aim is to make sure that every village and eventually every Kenyan is connected to the internet. Furthermore, the government is committed to enhancing government service delivery through digitalization of all critical government processes, and the commitment is to make available at least 80% of government services online in the next 1 year. Just like the UN, Kenya believes that digital transformation offers tremendous opportunities, including the potential to contribute to the achievement of the sustainable goals, the Sustainable Development Goals. However, we also know that when improperly used, digital technologies can fuel divisions within and between countries, increase insecurity, undermine human rights, and exacerbate inequality. Therefore, shaping a shared vision on digital cooperation and a digital future that show the full potential for beneficial technology usage and addressing digital trust and security must continue to be a priority, as our world is now more than ever relying on digital tools for connectivity and socio-economic prosperity. Kenya is well and truly on its way towards a fully fledged digital economy and knowledge-driven society. This is due to our forward-looking investment and innovation in core digital infrastructure and a booming tech ecosystem producing digital applications and services. The tech envoy referenced M-Pesa, which is known for all over the world. The nomination of Kenya to host this vibrant digital consultation that brings together participants from different African countries, from various stakeholder groups, including government, academia, civil society, private sector, among others, is strong testament to the strides we have made in the digital space in our country. Kenya has developed robust and dynamic policy, legal, and regulatory frameworks to support and promote digital inclusion and a sustainable digital economy. Among the pillars that we've identified in our digital economy blueprint as key in driving transformation are digitization of government services, digital business, infrastructure, innovation-driven entrepreneurship, digital skills, and digital inclusion, as well as creating awareness on data protection. All this is supported through a regulatory environment that promote the growth of digital technologies in Kenya. I wish to sincerely thank the federal government of Germany, as well as the UN, as well as other partners for committing to support and facilitate a cross-regional multi-stakeholder process in close coordination with the Office of the UN Secretary General's Envoy on Technology. You can count on Kenya's continued support and commitment as we continue to play our role as a trusted member of the United Nations. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Baum. We have now the honor, or I have the honor to announce Mr. Sebastian Groth, who is the German ambassador to Kenya. Please welcome Mr. Groth.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Bonjour à tous et toutes. I'm Jumbo. The tech envoy said he was nominated 5 months ago. I was nominated 3 months ago. So still the new kid on the block. I'm very happy to be here. First of all, I would like to welcome you, UN Secretary General's Envoy on Technology, Under Secretary General Mr. Amandeep Singh Gill. I also would like to welcome the representative of the ICT Ministry, Engineer Daniel Obam, who is the CEO of the National Communication Secretariat. And I really, I'm very happy to welcome my good friend and former colleague also from the Foreign Ministry, Regine Greenberger, who arrived already on Friday evening or Saturday, and we had a wonderful dinner, and she visited the Nairobi National Park and was really impressed also by the environments of this dynamic city of Nairobi. So good morning once again. I'm very happy that you all made the way to Nairobi, especially the guests from, not from Kenya, but from other parts of Africa. I think, as the special envoy said, it's a really timely and very important project. That is the reason that you're coming here, and it's also the reason why the German government took it from the very beginning very seriously, and is very happy to partner with the United Nations, but also with 3 countries around the world to prepare the global digital compact. So first of all, I would like to thank also the Kenyan government. From the very beginning, when we made this proposal to work on this together with the Principal Secretary of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Kamau, was the former Principal Secretary. From the very beginning, he was all in for it, and I'm also very happy that we have a number of colleagues from the MFA here around the table. And the whole preparation of this conference was really a very good cooperation between the embassy, between Berlin, between the United Nations and the institutions here in Kenya. So why we are here in Nairobi, I think, goes without big explanations. Nairobi is really one of the hubs of technology, of ICT, not only in Eastern Africa, not only in Africa, I would even say around the world. And I always get a bit humble when you talk about GIZ and all the good projects that we are supporting here, because sometimes I have the feeling we can learn a lot from you and not you from us, especially in the field of digital economy, of startups, of venture capital, of all what you're doing in this field. So it was a good choice to come to Kenya, and welcome once again. And as I said in the beginning, it's a very timely and important project. And it's a very political project also. It's one of the core elements of the General Secretariat's big project, which has the headline Our Common Agenda, and which should prepare also the United Nations for the next political cycle to the end of this decade, but also beyond. So this roadmap for digital cooperation will bring all stakeholders together, as was said earlier. So it's not only government-driven, it's private sector-driven, it's civil society-driven. The aim is to see what role digitalization can play also with regard to the Sustainable Development Goals. These consultations ask some very pertinent questions, and I've seen that you will have a number of roundtables where you will do the hard work. This is only the opening. The hard work will start later, and there we need all your input and all your brain power. So how the future Global Digital Compact can facilitate the use of digital technologies in order to realize the 2030 SDG agenda, which is under a lot of pressure right now, as we all know, also due to the war of Russia against Ukraine and all other elements like climate change. So how can we work against this also with the help of digital technology? But how can it also help to enhance the digital access for societies and individuals across the global south, which was also said earlier. So how to give access to the people so that they can benefit socially, economically by digital technologies. But we will also discuss, or you will also discuss, about the risks and challenges associated with new technologies. This is about human rights, but also it's about cybersecurity. Just a few days ago, there was an article in the Business Daily about how small, medium-sized companies in Kenya are affected also by cybersecurity issues. Around 50% of them have already experienced attacks on their servers, on their systems. So this is also a very important point, I think, in this whole discussion. So alongside Kenya, Germany is teaming up with Mexico and India. So these are our 3 partners around the world. But it is a pleasure for us to work with you here in Africa. It's not only because of the famous Silicon Savannah, but it's also because of the expertise that you have here in Nairobi and of the whole digital community. So M-Pesa was mentioned earlier, but it's not. I think it's not only M-Pesa. It's this whole ecosystem of innovation And yeah, this openness to technology. 4 to 6 weeks ago, we had a delegation that was looking into opportunities for cooperation in civil drones for agriculture and for transportation. And the German representatives were so enthusiastic about the reception here in Kenya and this openness of the business partners and of the institutions on the other side of the table. And this is also very important because it's a bit sad, but Africa still is not seen as this broad continent of opportunities, also of technological and economic opportunities. And this conference, I think, can also change the perspective back to capitals in Europe and around the world. So one last point I would like to make is that it's not, for us, it's not about development cooperation. For us, it's about a political cooperation. What we do here is not projects, support, even if GIZ is the main motor behind it, but for us it's an eminent political question, how to shape the digital future. It's not about development cooperation. So we need your thoughts, your input, and as I said, your brain power in order to develop the next digital cycle, inclusive, respecting human rights and giving opportunities to the people, economic and social access as the most important points. So thank you once again for making the journey, for participating. I wish you really fruitful, probably controversial, heated discussions, good ideas. It will all be collected and be part of this multi-stakeholder process that is preparing this digital compact. So it's important that you are here. It's important that you raise your voice, that you participate in the roundtable discussions. Thank you very much and all the best for the next 2 days.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sebastian Groth. And to all government representatives present here today, please feel welcome. And we will, along the way, I hope, give you an opportunity to make remarks as well as the day goes by. And so why exactly are we here to discuss? It's already been mentioned by our previous speakers, but it's important for us to just take a look at where this all began. And last year in September of 2021, the UN Secretary General's report on the Common Agenda did point out that it is important that we do have digital cooperation. And I think point number 7 of the Common Agenda was to improve digital cooperation in a sense that the Global Digital Compact would connect all people, or aims to connect all people to the internet, including all schools, but it also talked about avoiding internet fragmentation and protecting data, as well as applying human rights online, introduce accountability criteria for discrimination and misleading content, and promote regulation of artificial intelligence, as well as digital commons as a global public good. And that is what point number 7, which was improving digital cooperation on the Common Agenda, was all about. And so after this Common Agenda report was published, it then paved the way for the launch of the Global Digital Compact online consultation platform, which happened or started in January of 2022 this year. And thereafter, we saw then in February of 2022, the President of the General Assembly leading a thematic consultations on our Common Agenda, which is what we're having at the moment. The consultations we're having here, the German ambassador did mention that there is a partnership with Kenya, India, and Mexico, having these consultations for Global Digital Compact. And so we are in Kenya over the next 2 days to do the same thing, and which is why I guess all representatives from different African countries are here as well to voice out and share knowledge, and controversial knowledge as well. And I think when you mentioned controversial, everyone was indirectly and silently pointing fingers at the civil society. Civil society, you're most welcome this morning. Martin, you want to take us through the rest of it?
Yeah. Thanks a lot, Joy. Let's zoom in a little bit. We have here we are right now, consultations for the Digital Compact. And if we zoom into that, this is what we have been doing so far and what will still happen. So we had a preparatory meeting together with Amadi Gill and the two countries that are co-facilitating, so to say, the entire process, who are Rwanda and Sweden, as well as other stakeholders as well. We then, towards the end of November, we had a first virtual meeting with some of you here, around 20 participants already, to already get into the process, learn more about your expectations, and get to know each other a little. This is where we are here right now, consultation in Kenya. This is what is happening right now. We will then have in February 2023 a consultation workshop in Mexico. After this, there will be an informal briefing of the UN member states in New York. The date is still to be confirmed. And then in March 2023, there will be the third consultation workshop or process that will take place in India. So this is, so to say, when we zoom in into this consultation process, what it is all about. Now, we've had our inauguration speeches. We've learned a little bit about the process, but now I think it is really, really interesting to know more about you, who is in the room, and let us try to do something. We partly did this in the first meeting, in the online meeting as well, but now we are much, much more participants, so I think it is really worth doing it again in a similar way. I will ask you some questions, and I would like those who answer this question with yes to raise their hand very clearly, so it is very visible for everyone to see. First of all, we would like to know about the mix of participants we have here. So first of all, who of you is representing a governmental organization today? Please raise your hand. Let us have a couple
That's
of...
quite a number.
That's quite a number, yeah. Let's have a couple of examples. Who are you representing?
Good morning. I'm representing the Kenya Defense Forces.
Oh.
Thank you very much. Then we have... Let's not stay in the middle, please.
Good morning, thank you. I'm Freddy Kodosi, representing the Konza Technopolis Development Authority of Kenya. Yes.
Okay. All right. That's two Kenya.
It's already two Kenyans. Do we have... Yes.
We have someone here also.
Good morning. My name is Jean-Marc Bédier. I'm representing Côte d'Ivoire government. I'm the Prime Minister IT advisor.
Thank you very much. And maybe a last person. Yes, please.
My name is Patricia Dafino with the Cybersecurity Authority in Ghana, in the capacity building and awareness creation.
Great.
Thank you very much, and welcome to all of you.
There was a hand, Martin, sorry, there was a hand right here, and I think we'd like to know where.
Good morning, my name is Mebeti Dosso. I'm the Principal Advisor of the Prime Minister of Côte d'Ivoire.
Côte d'Ivoire. Thank you, and welcome. Now, those were the governmental representatives. What about civil society? We already talked about it. Please, those of you who consider yourself as being part of the civil society, let us start over here.
Good morning. I'm Bridget Tandere. I am Africa Policy Analyst at Access Now, and I'm based in Nairobi.
Thank you very much. And over here?
Yeah, good morning, everyone. My name is Inyo Bongosen, and I head the research department at Budget, Nigeria.
Very much, yeah.
Hi everyone, I'm Jamie Kokonya. I'm the Africa campaigner at Access Now and based in Nairobi.
Thank you. We have somebody here. Yeah. Sure. Hi everyone, my name is John Stever. I'm with Innovation for Policy Foundation, and I coordinated the Global Citizens Assembly on the Climate and Ecological Crisis last year.
Okay, sorry. My name is Mwende Njiraini. I work for Diplo Foundation. based in Nairobi. We do capacity development for diplomats, ICT, policymakers, and government, and I'm based in Nairobi. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And last but not least.
Good morning. My name is Sarah Wesonga. I represent Article 19. We work on the right to freedom of expression, particularly online and offline. And today I'll also be supporting the rapporteuring process. Thank you.
Okay, great. We also have representatives from the technology sector. We have the techies in the house. There we go. There we go. Let's start here.
Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Angela Odro Lungati. I'm the executive director of a nonprofit technology company called Ushahidi. I'm based here in Nairobi, Kenya. We develop open source software that's used to collect massive amounts of data to engage ordinary citizens on the issues we're going to be talking about today. Thank you.
Thanks, and we have someone over here.
My name is Jack Ngare. I'm with the Office of the Chief Technical Officer at Google.
So that leads us directly to the next question, private sector. Now, I assume we can count Google as private sector. Who else would consider him or herself private sector?
Oh, right. Great.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Alex Sinhare, and I'm the CEO Rwanda ICT Chamber, representing private sector companies in technology.
Thank you. And anybody else? Yes, over here.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Robert Karanja, and I represent the Co-Develop Fund based out of DC, where we are a multilateral pooled fund with different donors working in digital public infrastructure and digital public goods. Thank you.
Great. So, Robert, do I say you have spoken on behalf of the multilaterals? All right, do we have multilateral representatives here, outside of who we just mentioned? Great. Great. Here we go.
Good morning, my name is Marco Camilla. I'm from UNIDO, United Nations Industrial Development Organization, and I'm based in Vienna.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rim Jarou, and I'm representing Smart Africa, based in Kigali, Rwanda.
Thank you very much. And this leaves us with the last group of actors, research and academia. Do we have researchers here? Yes.
Hi, everyone. My name is Tindani Chimboza. I am from UCT, and I look after C3SA, the Cybersecurity Research Center in Southern Africa.
Thank you.
South Africa, thank you.
And welcome.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Margaret Nyambura Ndongo, a researcher and a consultant, currently Secretary to the African Union Commission to support on internet governance. I'm also working for the UN Economic Commission for Africa, supporting them with the YC's report 2022. Thanks.
Good morning. My name is Hassan Gay. I'm from Carnegie Mellon University, Africa, where I lead two efforts, one on cybersecurity called Scilab Africa, and another one is Upanzi Digital Public Good Networks, where we work on digital public goods for the continent.
Great. Thank you. Then, did we cover everyone? Yes. No, there, one more. Whom did we not cover? What?
Public sector. Someone has said public sector. I thought that was part of government.
My name is Somar Salema from Egypt. I'm work in civil society. I'm leading a program relevant to the reproductive health and gender-based violence. I'm also working with the government because we have a partnership with Ministry of Youth and Sports, funded for the UNFPA, so kind of working with the UN agencies. I'm very interested to know how to employ the digitalization in the development sector, of course. Plus, I already have my master's in sustainable development, so here I am.
Thank you very much and welcome.
He said he's from the public sector.
Vous
Government slash public sector.
Rapidement vous présenter?
Merci. Bien le bonjour. Je suis Parfait Joël Essonongini, représentant de l'État du Cameroun en service au ministère des Postes et Télécommunications. Nous sommes deux Camerounais dans la salle. Il y a M. Ndoumbe derrière vous.
welcome. So just a quick translation. Two gentlemen from Cameroon here who work at the Ministry for Telecommunication. It's not the same. Which ministry?
I'm working for the Ministry of Decentralization and Local Development. Yes.
Thank you very much. And again, a warm welcome. Now I have a very sensible, very sensible question. It's about your age. But to make it not too awkward, we just try to
I'm curious.
define some sort of group. So first of all, everyone who is or maybe feels him or herself under the age of 30 or including 30, until 30 years. Do we have anybody here who's 30 years or younger? Okay. So that makes 4, if I count correctly.
5.
Don't worry, I will
it's
not
5.
ask you your precise age. It's fine. Thank you very much. So that makes 4. Next age group is from 31 to 45. Who is considering him or herself in that group?
We are the majority.
That looks like slightly more than half of the participants, I would say, and me too. So, by the way, I defined the age group like that, so I wouldn't count into the next one. So, the next one is from 46 to 60 to 60. 46 to 60. That is maybe a quarter of the participants, more or less, huh? 20%, maybe 25. All right. And last but not least, those who carry the most experience with them. Everyone who is beyond 60 years of age.
The senior citizens.
We have one over here. Then a big applause for the only... Exactly. All right. So that makes it, we have a clear focus on this middle age.
I think so. Yes, we do. Anyone above 100? All right. It's really great to know who we are in the audience today. And I think we have...
One more time. Language?
Yes, and we, of course, would like to know, by show of hands, those of us who don't speak English as a first language.
No, maybe,
Okay. Who are not proficient in English language? Nobody.
We have we have one participant over here.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. And a second one over here, over there. So we will take very good care of you, hopefully, and we will be aware of that. Just to announce, we will have one breakout group later where we ensure interpretation the entire time.
All right, great. And so with that said, I think that it's important to remind us of why we're here, I guess, once again. So if you could turn to your neighbor. I know this is normally said in the church. But please turn to your neighbor and introduce yourselves to them. Not really introduce yourselves to them, but ask them a question. What does a digital future look like for Africa? What would that digital future look like for Africa? And in 2 minutes, at least you should have gotten a response from them, because it's not you that we're going to be asking for that response. It's going to be you telling us what your neighbor has said. So please go ahead.
Please. Last seconds. Okay, that was the alarm sound. Lots of dynamic conversations going on. So let us hear a couple of them. We have time for approximately five
responses.
Five responses
from the neighbors.
from a pair of neighbors. So let us do some sort of zigzag across the room and maybe start over here in this corner. Maybe, yeah, please, what did your neighbor, the gentleman next to you, say?
Good morning. My name is Gilo from Ministry of Foreign Affairs, from the Europe and Common Directorate. My colleague here said that the future is very promising, but at the same time, there are challenges, especially the nexus between the rural and the urban in terms of connectivity. So there's a bit of challenge there that needs to be capped. So, but I think it's very promising. Thank you.
Thank you. And the same the other way
Yes, and Gillo from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs here in Kenya mentioned that for him the digital African future is very bright with a lot of potential and also the potential to leapfrog maybe some of the developments that we have seen in other countries. So a very bright future for Africa.
Thank you to the two of you.
Right. Can we take the second
yes.
neighbor right here?
I just got it. Maybe can I pass it to her?
Good morning. My neighbor said that the future is also very bright and it has the potential of growth.
Okay, and what did she tell you?
We said the same thing.
I see where this is going. I see where it's going. The future is bright. That sounds very... I'm coming back to you too. All right, Martin.
Maybe somebody here from this table who would like to tell us a pair of... Yeah, you look like you're in the starting position. Please.
Sorry, I've got a cold. So, Marco here, representative of UN of
Hello, everyone.
UNCDO.
My name is Fit.
Okay. So Marco here was speaking about collaboration in the African context of things and not just, taking global standards and dumping it here. So
what did you see for the continent?
More collaboration between all stakeholders and making sure we have the right tools to lead an industrial revolution.
So you connected it to the industrial.
Yeah.
Next industrial.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And Marco, what did your neighbor say?
Yes, we did a tripartite discussion with Ajebola from Free Cities and John Stewart from Innovation for Policy Foundation. It was very interesting. So we need to understand the context, not impose solution, but we need collaboration and we also need a strong partnership between private and private sector.
Summarized.
You want to add something? Your, so to say, your trio, yeah.
I think it's been well captured already in a collaborative format. I mean, we were really talking about the importance of collaboration, this multi-stakeholder approaches and everything else. And I think also Marco really emphasized the role of AI and industrial development as well in his role at UNIDO. Yeah, and of course AJ is with AfriLabs, a really important organization connecting innovation hubs across the African continent.
Thanks a lot to the three of you. Enjoy.
All right, my name is Fitz, and when I discussed with my colleagues, he mentioned that a digital future of Africa is going to look like when there is 100% penetration and where everyone has access to ICT. And she mentioned that even though there is increasing penetration and access, there is not yet increasing safety for those who are online.
Thank you.
Hear what the neighbor said.
What my neighbors, yes, she said that because we write it, yes, is the use of the penetration, 100% penetration in every for everyone. She said that is a problem of security, so that we have to use strong passwords and so things like that to more secure ICT. Thank you.
Thank you. And then maybe there's.
It was a tripartite, but it's actually complete. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Then let us move over here, please.
Good morning. My name is Nekesa. I had a great conversation with Mr. Bonu. He is the ICT director at the Ministry of ICT in Benin. With regards to what does the digital future look like for Africa, he is pretty passionate that it will consider the cultures of different African countries and different citizens and how that plugs into the digital space.
Would you like to speak as well? Vous voulez parler aussi? Si vous voulez en français?
Oui, bien sûr. Merci. Moi, c'est Geoffroy Bonou, je viens du Bénin, directeur du numérique. Pour la discussion que nous venons d'avoir, j'ai compris
comprendre les droits des citoyens et également, pourquoi pas leurs devoirs également, puisque compte tenu de tout ce qui se passe dans le cyberespace, et nous devons tenir compte de ces droits et devoirs et savoir utiliser ce que nous faisons dans le cyberespace pour pouvoir préserver également tout citoyen et tous les usages que nous faisons au niveau de l'Internet aujourd'hui. Donc, mis à part cela, nous avons également échangé sur l'importance de la collaboration aujourd'hui pour le développement du numérique dans les zones, les régions rurales aujourd'hui, puisque nous parlons aujourd'hui d'un certain nombre de citoyens qui ne sont pas encore connectés, mais qui disposent également du droit à l'accès à l'Internet. Donc, nous devrons appesantir toutes nos réflexions sur ces aspects-là pour pouvoir amener l'équité dans l'accès de l'Internet. Merci.
Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Just a very short summary. It was mainly, or the focus was clearly on civil rights, human rights, and then also secondly about the, so to say, the existing divide between urban and rural areas, and that obviously the rural areas are still in a strong disadvantage, and that this would be one of the emphasis to work on that as well, because these people living in rural areas of course have their civil rights and human rights as well, so they need to participate and need to have access to the internet as well. So thank you very much for that. Joy.
All right, so you can see that there's a scan code here. I don't know if the participants at the back are able to scan this, but if you cannot, it's right there on your table. Your table has got 3 scan codes, and the first one is a scan code for, I think, let me just be sure. The first one is for the YouTube stream, which is ongoing, and you can share it with your friends in your country. And we also have the mirror board, which is the one that you're currently seeing on the screen. And so the one that I want you to pay attention to is the third one, the quick survey, because that quick survey is very helpful in helping us find out from a country perspective. We've got some questions there that I think we would want for you to fill out. So the first question is, which country do you represent today? And the second question is, to what degree do you see the internet in your country open, free, and secure? There is a calculation. Yeah, a scale. 0 to 10. 1 to 10, sorry.
1 to 10, yes.
Yeah, so if you think that the internet in your country does not deserve the credit, 1 is where you should be. But if you think it deserves all the credit, 10 should be your score. If it's in between, whichever number works for you. Question 3 is, what would it take to make the internet more open, free, and secure in your country? That is the next question you'd need to answer. And also, what is your main expectation from the 2 days of consultation? I hope that these are easy enough questions, but very helpful in helping us achieve the Global Digital Compact. Right.
And we invite you to answer these questions during the next hour, and we will later project the results, and we will get back to that. We wanted to give you a moment to think about them.
Right. So as you listen in, you can also still respond, but be sure that you have between today and tomorrow to respond to the same as well. So the reasons why we're here is basically to contribute to the exchange of ideas about the potential as well as the challenges in the future use of digital technologies. But we're also here to talk about and represent our organizations, companies, or offices' knowledge and standpoint and principles for an open, free, and secure digital future for all. And we're also here to develop, together with other stakeholders, tangible recommendations for elements to be included in the Global Digital Compact. So as we think, as we share knowledge, let us all be cognizant of why, and represent your country to the best of your ability. Right. And I think from here, it's just only fair that we take you through a quick look at the agenda. Right, let me
If you want to
zoom that in.
Let me
Right.
like this with the mouse. So first of all, you have this agenda printed out, so it's in your possession. It is on the Miro board as well, so you can access it at any time. We have those 2 days. During these 2 days, or after our inauguration session that we are just having right now, we will have a short lightning talk from Africa's civil society. We will then have our well-earned first coffee break. And then we enter into the first big topic, which would be the sustainable use of digital technologies in the 21st centuries, achieving the 2030 agenda and strengthening human rights. This is our first of 3 topics, and the way we will proceed for these topics is always in 3 steps. First of all, we will have some sort of input to bring everyone on the same page, to warm up mentally, so to say, in regard to that topic. Then the second step will always be to have our breakout sessions. We will divide in 3 groups. We have 2 additional breakout rooms just around the corner. And this is where we will actually develop, or this is where we want to get all the valuable information out of your brain, take it onto this board, and then later conclude with some key messages. We have some guiding questions for each of those topics, but you're also free to add your own aspects into this. That was step 2. And the third step will be to get together, get back into the plenary, and to somehow conclude this topic and finish with some final recommendations, so to say. That would be the third step. So this afternoon we have 2 topics. This is the first one, sustainable use of digital technologies. Then we move over, we will have lunch. Exactly, we will have a lunch break, 1-hour lunch break. Restaurant is just downstairs. We will then get back to this third step I mentioned, define the key takeaways from the breakout. And then we will enter the second topic, that would be protecting a global, open, free and secure internet. So addressing the risks of internet fragmentation and reinforcing the multi-stakeholder model. Again, a short input, and then we get into the breakouts, define what we think is important and what we want to give or feed into this consultation process. And then after a short coffee break, we define our takeaways, the final takeaways in the plenary. We will have a short wrap up and then a joint dinner at the rooftop bar of this hotel from 6:30 p.m. on. That would be day 1. And that's maybe just to announce the topic of, the main topic of day 2, that would be artificial intelligence and other emerging technologies. So just to announce this already, same procedure, we have some sort of input. We will then have a fishbowl discussion because it's such a rich and really interesting topic. And then we will go into breakouts and define our key takeaways then. Okay. Yeah, fine. Thank you very much.
Okay, great. And so I think we are now ready for our next speaker, who is from the World Wide Web Foundation. And she's going to be here to talk to us and take us through what we should expect, and also share her opinion as well about the current state of the internet across Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me introduce to us Ms. Nena Nwakanma, who is the Chief Web Advocate at the Web Foundation. Nena is the Chief Web Advocate and UN Lead at the World Wide Web Foundation, and she's also been a major actor in the digital cooperation landscape since its beginning, and has helped to set up instances for civil society engagement with the United Nations, the Office of the Tech Envoy, and the Global Digital Compact. And with the Web Foundation, Nena has already organized 5 in-person consultations in Ghana, in Cote d'Ivoire or Ivory Coast, and the United Arab Emirates on the Global Digital Compact. A round of applause for her.
Good morning. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and especially those online. My name is Nenna. I come from the internet. I do not represent any country, and so I'll be speaking on behalf of myself and the people who are online like myself. I wanted to say a big thank you to the interpretation team. It hasn't been easy, but they've been doing a great job so far. I will be speaking for 7 minutes, and I'd like to answer questions for 3 minutes. This is one of the rare events where we are doing good on time. Thank you very much to the moderating team. I was embarrassed when they were asking about age because I felt old. I was in the last set before the one who was 60, who is 60. I come from the era of digital solidarity. It was a notion before digital cooperation. That was about 20 years ago. There was something called the Digital Solidarity Fund, and I was the vice president. And so between then and now, we've worked in Africa supporting the power of ICT for D to raise human development. Some 5 years ago, the Secretary General came to my boss, Tim Berners-Lee, who is the inventor of the World Wide Web, and said he wanted us to be part of what was going to be the high-level panel. And the lady that USG mentioned, Nanjira, who is Kenyan, was reporting to me. I was policy director at the Web Foundation then. And quite a number of the members of the high-level panel I knew. And we were like, so when they asked my boss, he said, oh, that's our UN girl. She knows about those things. She's the e-diplomat. She knows those things. I'm like, okay. That was how I got into what became the report on an era of digital collaboration that gave birth to what we know today as Digital Cooperation Agenda. I want to pause, not about myself, but about the gentleman who spoke to us, Under-Secretary General Amandeep Gill Singh. It is very important to understand that the confidence we have in him as a person is what made me leave my matches at Qatar. I was at the World Cup and said yes to GIZ to come here. Because one of the things that I am trying to fight for is trust in the process of the GDC. And human beings, trust is built not about systems, but about human beings. So I wanted to tell you, USG, that I have trust in your person. You are a scientist. He was the Indian ambassador to the UN based in Geneva. We don't have a lot of Indians who speak French. And as a Francophone from Abidjan, I really appreciate that. We have someone who is open in his spirit, who lives multi-stakeholderism. And that is very important as we go along in this process. I now want to speak to you about civil society engagement. For those of you who knew me, I was slimmer and crazier, but now I've grown wiser and wider, and I speak little, and I fight less. I lead a group of about 100 organizations that are interested in digital cooperation. We have a platform where we speak, and I'm happy to add any of you civil society organizations who want to engage with others. We have engaged with the Office of the President of General Assembly, with the UN Secretary General himself, and with the initial office that was there before USG was nominated. It's very important for us as civil society to support government officials in the GDC journey. This is not a place where you come to do militantism. I don't know if that is English. This is not a place for activism. It is a place for collaboration and cooperation. And that is, if you forget every other thing I've said now, please remember that. This is not a place where you come to fling mud and say what is not going on with the government. This is the session, this is the movement where we say we recognize that this is not going on well, but we are bringing this to the table, and we hope that together we can achieve this. And that is why I want to pause to say thank you to GIZ. Ambassador Regina, please take my personal thanks back to BMZ and the German government. I will let you know why. I've been around for a long time in this. There were no candidates from the German government for the office of the tech envoy. There were other countries who were very forward, but I'm encouraged that Germany is living what those countries told us they would do. So I'm really very thankful for that. No, don't forget that the one who's speaking is an activist, so I'm going to ask of some things later on. About the consultations, like they said here, I have in my office at the Web Foundation held conversations in Ghana, in Cote d'Ivoire, on the web, in UAE, with women, with civic tech activists, with traditional rulers, with women in the market, with young people. I speak and breathe Global Digital Corporation. I hope to continue doing so until this year. End of this year, I'll be moving forward from Web Foundation, and I'll have to decide whether I want to do this again, to keep seeing your old faces in the same meetings, speaking about the same things, or I want to do something else. We also held a national consultation in Burkina Faso. We held one during the World Telecoms Development Conference in Kigali, for those of you who are in the ITU and telecoms field. The 5-minute video you saw earlier on that didn't play well is still sitting on my laptop. I made that video over 3 days without sleeping. If you want any of the individual videos, I have them here. So you can pick them up from anyone. They are all there. So we support, in my role, I support the Office of the Tech Envoy, drafting things, making sure that this pulls out well. Now on the GDC itself, between now and 2024, I'd like to ask us, it is not enough to come to this meeting. The reason we made that video, we actually have a guide on how to do a consultation like this at your own country level. So, national level, would you be able to reproduce this? There is a form on the, can we remove this person and come back to the GDC, the website of the UN Tech Envoy? Because there is a form there, a survey, where you can input the result of your own consultation. So I'm looking at us doing a national consultation in Kenya for Kenyans. You see what I mean? A multi-stakeholder one for Kenyans. So somewhere in Nakuru, any community can do that. We don't need GIZ to host consultations. We can do this at national level. There are 7 subtopics under the GDC. I think that those of us who are from Article 19 Access Now, we can host one on human rights, or privacy, or global commons. We can have thematic consultations. I personally, as an African woman, I'm interested in the gender agenda, and I'd like to input something on gender. We can have one of private sector and all of that. So I do believe that continued engagement is very important, and we have up till the end of the March next year to be able to do that. So please, when we speak, we can have one in our organization and say, okay, this is who we are. We want to have a conversation. We want the Office of the Tech Envoy to hear us. We want the co-facilitators to know what we think, and this is it. That is clearly possible, and that is what I want to encourage us to do. But then after the GDC has been adopted by 2024, what happens next? That is where I'd want to pause to ask us to think. I came, like I said in the beginning, from the digital solidarity days. the Global Digital Compact will be adopted by member states of the UN, not individuals. So Kenya will sign up on behalf of all Kenyans. But then what happens after that? In my short term, what I've seen is that countries only bring issues to the UN when they cannot handle it by themselves. So when it is totally fucked up, then they call the UN to come and take care of it. So the very fact that digital cooperation is a UN agenda is making me afraid. I will say that again. Because what may happen is that we are going to adopt a wonderful document, have a great thing in New York during UNGA, during the General Assembly in 2024, and then everybody's going to walk away. That is my first concern. Now, when that happens, what is going to happen at national level? Are we going to say, yes, people in Estonia have a great digital life, but people in Kenya don't. And we want to take it and make it national, and make it work for Wananchi, make it work for women, make it work for youth. That's my first challenge. My other challenge is in the repeat trauma. We had something called Digital Solidarity Fund. It was very early, an IGF. We agreed that IGF would not have a policy-making power. And so for the past 17 years, we've had national IGFs, we have sub-regional IGFs, we have continental IGF, we have global IGF. We come there, we talk, and we go. For the past 17 years, we have not decided a thing. My second fear is, are we going to repeat the same with the Global Digital Compact? How much time do I have?
You still want some questions?
Yes, okay. My last fear is on the office of the tech envoy himself. Now, USG, with all love, with all the trust I have in you, with all the wonderful person you are, your office is not empowered to implement. In his mandate, he is only the face of digital cooperation. So he's an envoy. Someone sends him, right? But then as Africans, we have a development agenda. So his office doesn't have enough, he doesn't even have enough staff. So he has a great head, he's a wonderful gentleman, he has a great heart, but then he doesn't have any pocket at all. You see what, you heard what I meant? So we cannot ask him to support national implementation. And so his office is great, but his office does not have power to take things further. And that is my third fear. My other fear, which has nothing to do with GDC, is that Morocco may not move on to quarterfinals and Africa will be out of the whole of the World Cup. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent, excellent finish. So, Nana, if I understood correctly, you, I saw like three main points that you mentioned. First of all, you would very much invite various countries, African countries, Kenya as well, to not only limit themselves to the international consultation, or the regional consultation, but also see that on the national level as well. And the second thing I found really important was that you're very much looking to sustain this consultation process and not letting it be a one-time thing, so to say, but transform it into a continuous process, so to say. And then the second thing, the third aspect was about all about implementation. How will these things that might or will be decided on UN level, signed by the member states, how will that be implemented at a later point? So with that, I would like to open the floor for first quick questions or reactions. We have roughly 5 minutes So it would be nice if we could have at least.
We'll take 2 questions.
Yeah, maybe
two
we start with 2.
questions.
Yeah.
Great, Max.
Yeah, I mean, as someone from Senegal, I have to echo what happened. Sorry about that. We'll make it happen. Morocco will advance. But I will add one fear. Okay? As we are talking about technology and Africa, and as someone from academia, I see capacity. So, I mean, in our group, we talked about developing the technology we need. Are we developing the technology we need? But for that, we have to know how to do it. So who will help? Who will fund the capacity and how? How do we make sure that in the continent we have the people to develop the technology the way it should be?
Thank you very much. We have a second voice over there. Max, yeah, thanks.
Okay, thank you. My name is Mwende Jiraini from Diplo Foundation. We are starting off the African office based in Nairobi. He's just asked about capacity. Nena is our alumni and many other people in the room. Because what happens is that when you start being engaged, for example, in UN processes, at the ITU, at WISIS. So Nena and myself started with WISIS. And you go there either as a government official and have never heard about a technology like IPv6, and you're expected to give a statement or participate or give a line in the resolutions. So what we are keen in doing, and that's why as the Diplo Foundation we are starting an office in Africa based in Nairobi, is to ensure that Africans have a say. We have just published a report, louder or strengthening African voices in digital diplomacy and digital policy. And the idea is that we build courses. The courses are online, and you can participate. You don't need to travel to any particular place. In addition to, we're looking at diplomats as well, ICT policymakers, regulators, civil society, etc. So that's when you're talking about capacity, there is an opportunity. Just one more thing about participation of Africans. As I said, we just published a report on how many Africans attend. Actually using AI, have done an analysis, for example, for the UN General Assembly that just happened, how many Africans were represented, and in the statement by your president, how many times was there a mention of digital or cyber? So that information is there. So we are encouraging meaningful participation of Africans in any UN agency or whichever organization or a private sector, etc. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And we have 1 minute left for a very concise statement, question, request, whatever it is. Anybody? Yes, over here. Who do we have here? Then? Okay, please.
Thank you. My question to Madam could be, how successful has working groups been before? And can those working groups could be based on territorial boundaries or domains help the Undersecretary General to implement some of the resolutions? Thank you.
Thank you. As this was a question, Nana, could you? Sorry. Would you like to? Please.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Nana, what happened to the Digital Solidarity Fund? And after talking in IGF for 17 years without making a decision, is it the best use of resources for so many people to be meeting every year and not come out with any decision? Maybe should we relook at the whole IGF as it was conceived in Tunis in 2005?
Thank you. And we have a last question.
All right, thank you, Nina, for that passionate speech. So I'm Fred Kodosi. I represent the Kwanza Technopolis Development Authority. So just one question here, and this is regard to one of your fears when you said that one of your fears is that such consultations might just be limited to international levels such as this. And I think I agree with you 100%. We need to, like we always say, that African solutions will come from Africans themselves. So what will be with your experience, what will be your advice? I know here we are in Kenya, and I know there are majority of us here, some of us who are able to push some of these policy issues and agendas, even to our management and leaders up there. What will you advise countries to do so that such engagements continuously are more inclusive and so are more robust, particularly within countries?
So thank you very much. With these, we're slightly over time, but we can make it up later. Nana, if you would like to respond very quickly.
Asking questions, and nobody's picking up their questions online. Online questions.
On the mirror board or on the streaming?
Yes, streaming.
On the streaming.
Yeah.
Okay. So, did he communicate his question? Okay, we will check that in a moment. But thank you very much. Very, very, very valuable.
Okay. When I leave here, I'm going to connect to the online streaming, just in case I can help. But I'm on Twitter, I'm on WhatsApp. I'm happy to answer any questions as a follow-up. I will suggest that we target Global Digital Compact, hashtag Global Digital Compact on Twitter, because there are people at the Office of the UN Tech Envoy who can also respond. So if your question wasn't picked up online, my personal apologies, but I'm going to look it up now. But please use hashtag Global Digital Compact, now and in future. Thank you. The IGF, I get that question all the time. Conversations are very important because conversations lead to actions. So I don't think it's a bad use of resources, because there are also things that happen on the sidelines of IGF. And so I, for one, will vote for extending IGF. The Digital Solidarity Fund had an initial lifespan for 5 years as a trial, and then was to be reconducted if successful. After the first 5 years, it was not reconducted. Working groups are very key. They may be thematic or regional or even community-based. I am in one working group on internet fragmentation. It is a multi-stakeholder working group. What we have achieved with that group, even before our common agenda, was to issue letters, call attention to the General Assembly, and I strongly believe that it was through the work of that group that avoiding internet fragmentation came to be one of the sub-pillars of the Global Digital Compact. So I do believe that working groups are very efficient because they go straight to the point and give recommendations on principles and on actions, and I will encourage them. Youth is very important. Wendy and myself come from a long time, and Margaret here is also working on PRIDA. I teach internet governance, and it is very important that we all understand, because whether we are private sector or government or civil society, understanding how the internet works is very important. Otherwise, you are going to wake up and do some very stupid things. And we've done those stupid things in Africa, including shutting down the internet because someone might have insulted the president on a social media platform. So somebody stupid says something stupid on a social media platform, and because the wife of the president is angry, you shut down the internet. You shut down banking. You shut down people going to school. You shut down so many things because you don't understand how the internet works. You see what I mean? So we all need that capacity building. I keep learning. I'm going to school now on artificial intelligence. So if there isn't anything you can do, please increase your own knowledge, at least beginning with the 7 pillars of the Global Digital Compact. Understand how it works. I arrived here this morning. I was asked to give consent for my images, and I refused to give consent because I was supposed to have been informed at least 24 hours ahead of time that my images were going to be taken. You see? And I said, no, I'm not giving that consent. Not because my face is anything. I don't even know how to make up. But then I just wanted to give a message that when you want data from me, you ask me. And if you don't stand up for your own self, nobody will. And that is also my response to the question on development. I said it again. If an issue has gone to the UN, it means that at the national level, people are not willing or are tired or don't have the resources to do it. And so they're like, maybe the UN should work on it. People are developing their countries. I came from that tiny country called Qatar. They are moving on. People in the Middle East are moving on. And so we cannot be sitting here in Africa and be waiting and be writing a Mandip and saying, could you please help us? He's not a fundraiser for your national implementation plan. No, he won't do that. But he can take our voices. So my answer is, what do we have in Kenya? What do we have in Cote d'Ivoire? What do we have in Nigeria? And what can we make with it? And that is where national consultations and national IGFs take on strength. We agreed as a global community that the global IGF will not be a decision-making instance. But nothing prevents the Kenyan national IGF from taking its own decisions and implementing them. You see what I mean? So there's an autonomy at national level that can happen. And Kictanet, for those who don't know, I'm a member of Kictanet from the times of permanent secretary in Demo. Goodness, when I say these things, I feel old. But I'm saying that in Africa, we can cross-fertilize our expertise. I have contributed to many of your national ICT strategy, not because I'm a citizen of your country, but because this is what I believe in. So we have no issues cross-fertilizing ourselves for our tech development. But please, let's not think that help will come from somewhere. We have done that. It has not worked. Maybe we should change. On youth and ICT, let's not forget. I think we all said it here that Africa has great opportunities because we have the youth, we have mobile, we have engagement, we are training ourselves. I also believe that. I believe that our future is bright. M-Pesa in Kenya was not the first idea of mobile money in Africa. You can quote me. But Kenyan government was the first government that told Safari Telecom, let's try it. Let us not be afraid of 5G, of AI, of metaverse, of new technologies. Let's try them within the framework of principles. If they don't work, we will try again. Once again, Kenya M-Pesa was not the first mobile money idea in Africa, but Kenya government was the first government that was open enough to say, let's give it a try. Let's give GDC a try. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nana. Thank you very much to the audience and the participants for your questions. And I think, Joy, we have very much and well-earned
Yes.
our...
Are we ready for coffee? Okay, let's start there. But we're just going to take a 15-minute break as we ponder on our next session, which is pretty much going to be about sustainable use of digital technologies. And we're going to have presentations from our very able speakers. And one of our speakers for that particular session is going to be Ms. Rhyme Giroux, who is the unit manager technology-driven entrepreneurship, Smart Africa Alliance. And we'll also have a presentation on the same from Miss Angela Lungati, who is from Ushahidi and Civic Tech Frontrunner. She's also a Civic Tech Frontrunner. And so those are the presentations that will then usher us into our breakout sessions. And these breakout sessions are meant to particularly bring out specific issues. We are going to talk about where we currently stand regarding the Sustainable Development Goals globally and specifically in Africa, and also how do those now plug into the use of digital technologies already contributing to addressing the issues, and how can it contribute even further? And then we will then also tackle the question of which contribution is necessary from each stakeholder to make digital technologies a strong driver for achieving the 2030 agenda of the SDGs. But in discussing all of this, remember, there's someone who mentioned that we might also allow controversial opinion. So as you make your opinion, it's also important that we highlight those aspects that resonate the most within our breakout sessions, and those where we are disputing a number of issues during our breakout sessions. And so at the end of our breakout session, or each breakout session, each group is going to come up with between 2 to 5 key messages. And these key messages will then be presented by a representative from the groups that we are going to be in. And so, for instance, the questions I just mentioned on sustainable use of digital technologies in the 21st century, where are we standing regarding the SDGs globally and in Africa? So we have these little sticky notes on the Miro platform. And we shared the scan code. Did any of us scan the code for the Miro platform? Great. If you scan the Miro platform, then you're able to see everything that we're talking about here. So you'll type, where you've seen type here, you just need to tap it, and it will allow you to edit and input your feedback on where are we standing regarding the SDGs globally and in Africa. So you can write as many points as you feel necessary from each group. And if there are certain aspects that resonate a lot within the group, then you can highlight the exclamation point that you're seeing there. Is it an exclamation point? Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah. And for those that create a bit of diverging opinions, you can use the lightning sign right there. And then right down below here, we have the green sticky notes, where the 2 to 5 key messages are going to be written by the different breakout group sessions. So that's pretty much how the layout for the breakout sessions is meant to go. So either you will pick a representative within the groups that you will have, and that's how the flow will be. For now, though, let's take a 15-minute break, and we'll be back in here to listen to those powerful presentations on sustainable use of digital technologies. Our coffee is being served right outside, so you can take that short break and be back in here in 15 minutes. And I'm going to bank on the fact that we are all in the ICT, multilateral, public-private sector, and hope that we are going to make it 15 minutes prompt. Thank you all so much.
21st century, achieving the 2030 agenda and strengthening human rights. And to get us into the topic, we have two short presentations here. And for the first presentation, I would very much like to invite Mrs. Rim Jarou, who is Unit Manager in Technology-Driven Entrepreneurship at Smart Africa Alliance. And if I may, I will read out your bio that says, lead on the African Startups and Innovation Ecosystems Development Program. And RIM coordinates the various initiatives that led and supported by Smart Africa in this area, and covering the support for the development of public policies, strengthening the support of ecosystem for startups, and investment mobilization. So a warm welcome to Rim Jarou. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. So I have a presentation, and I don't know which laptop we will be using for the presentation. So as it's there, so my name is Rim Jarou, and I am Tunisian. I was working for the Tunisian government on how to develop on a program called Smart Tunisia, and then moved to Smart Africa. And it was mainly on how to develop digital business and job creation and skills development in the digital sector in Tunisia. And then I was involved in the Startup Act development and Startup Tunisia development program, and then now I'm at Smart Africa, representing, leading the initiatives on entrepreneurship and digital-driven entrepreneurship. I'm happy to be here today. Thank you all for inviting us and for giving us the opportunity to present what is Smart Africa, what we are doing. We will have a more global perspective for this presentation on the work we are doing and how it will, or how we intend to help the acceleration and fostering digital transformation on the continent. So Smart Africa, so first the opportunity of digital in Africa, and this is not to demonstrate anymore. The economy, the internet economy will reach 180 billion, but there is also a young population, an entrepreneurship population, 700K digital skills, a growth, an economic growth, but also a huge market and a fast-growing huge market on the continent. So digital transformation and accelerating digital transformation will help us benefit and uptake those opportunities. There are some challenges we are facing. Next slide, please, or I can just slide. Thank you. We are over 50 countries, meaning over 50 markets, over 50 regulations, over 50 levels of development, of maturity of the ecosystems. And then when someone is considering the African market, even if it is digital, a digital investor, he needs to deal with over 50 regulations. And the market opportunity of 1.3 billion population is not necessarily present, except for some markets like Nigeria, Kenya, Uganda, but not necessarily for smaller countries like mine, where we are 11 million people. A limited cross-border exchange, either it is in terms of commerce, of trade, of infrastructure, data exchange, and so on. And it is also, we can also link it again to the over 50 frameworks we are dealing with on the African continent. So what is the vision of Smart Africa? Our vision at Smart Africa is to build, create, arrive to this single digital market by 2030. What is a single digital market for Smart Africa? We need to take it from a bigger or a more global perspective. It's not necessarily linked only to trade, but it's creating this digital, a common digital area where we can exchange data, where we have harmonized policies and where it is legible and intelligible for each other countries, the framework we are working on. And so we can just make concrete this opportunity of the 1.3 billion market on the continent. How we do this? We have the Smart Africa Manifesto. It was launched on 2013 on the first Transform Africa Summit, led by 7 head of states, chaired by His Excellency Paul Kagame. And when you see the 5 principles of the manifesto, you will find that we are trying to cover the global aspect of digital transformation, but also trying to involve all the relevant stakeholders in this endeavor. So first is policies and the political sponsorship and the political buy-in of ICT, and putting ICT in the heart and as a priority for the economic and social transformation on a national level and continental level. Improve the access in terms of infrastructure, but also in terms of capacity and in terms of skills and digital literacy to be able to use this access to infrastructure and opportunities. Also governance, accountability, efficiency, but also put the private sector first. Private sector in the digital sector is one of the most important, alongside with civil society and multilateral partners, is one of the most important partners that could support this transformation and the development of this single digital market, and then ICT to promote the sustainable development on the continent. This manifesto was endorsed by the AU General Assembly in 2014. So, Smart Africa is an alliance of 35 countries first. We moved from the 7 countries in 2013, and now in 2022 we are 35 countries, including, I think, most of the countries that are present here. Our last member joining is Nigeria. So it's member states, it's representing 1.1 billion Africans, but it's also other partners. It's not only member states, and this is how Smart Africa is built and how we see ourselves working is first our member states, but also, next slide please, our other members and organizations that are members of Smart Africa, that are involved in the governance and decision making at Smart Africa, and that are involved in the implementation of the projects of Smart Africa. So we have many partners from the private sector, the development partners. I think they are missing here, apologies. But also we do have academia and organizations, NGOs and organizations on the continent. So how the governance of Smart Africa is organized? We have our decision-making organs. The board, with the heads of states chaired by His Excellency Paul Kagame, but also private sector is sitting on the board of Smart Africa and taking decisions on what we are doing, on our activities and implementation. The steering committee co-chaired by ITU and AU, and also with ministers of ICT, international organizations, and private sector members of Smart Africa. And then we have a consultative, we have like forums for each kind or each type of partner where they can exchange and then bring ideas and decisions to be discussed in the governing and in the decision-making organs. And the secretariat, where I belong, is the implementation organ and executive organ of Smart Africa. So we have the regulators, the ministers, the private sector, and also ICT development agencies. So again, pillars we are working on based on our vision and our manifesto is first, affordable digital infrastructure. The second is facilitating business and job creation. And the third is accelerate the birth and development of digital society through capacity building for the usage, but also for the creation of these public services. These are our achievements so far for the first strategic exercise of Smart Africa. It started from 2020 to 2022. We are closing it today. We are now having a portfolio of 34 projects and 22 at implementation and scale-up level. So how do we work at Smart Africa? Our work is we as a secretariat, so we define first the priorities with member states. What are the priorities, our common priorities as an alliance and as a continent for the development of digital transformation and the economic development through digital transformation in Africa? And then we do have our flagship projects, and each country is leading a flagship project for the continent, and the other countries are involved in the implementation and in benefiting from these flagship projects. For example, Rwanda is leading the flagship project on smart cities, and it supported 7 other countries to develop their national smart city strategies and in implementing pilot projects. For example, Tunisia is leading on entrepreneurship and startups, and then we are involving other countries in the development of the toolkit, also the other organizations that are here that were involved in our projects. So this is how we work at Smart Africa, and these are our achievements so far until 2022. Now, for the next strategic exercises starting, yeah, you can move. For the next strategic exercise that is starting on 2023 and moving forward to 2025, and we are still in this process of working on those 3 pillars. It's access, harmonization, and enabling the environment, and then having and then transforming it. Also connect, innovate, and transform. We have 3 major programs. So the vision is to drive Africa's digital transformation agenda through bold and innovative multi-stakeholder approach. The strategic objectives still resilient, sustainable, but also inclusive infrastructure, agile and policy and regulatory harmonization, and then leverage technology to accelerate inclusive uptake of digital public goods and services. For this, we have 3 main programs we are working on: sustainable inclusive infrastructure, empowerment and capacity building, and it includes capacity building, trainings, but also gender empowerment, regional empowerment, the list. So I'm losing my English, sorry. And then for the third one is digital transformation services and services acceleration. Our main focus is cross-border projects that will involve and benefit from many countries, but we do also have this very important part of our work as Smart Africa, which is support to the countries. It's in countries support, and this is why we have this Smart Africa digital acceleration program for member states to support them in their on the national level for their digital transformation programs. Maybe here it's just details on programs and on the projects under each program. And yes, you can have those details in the presentation, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Rim, for your presentation of what you're doing at Smart Africa. Now we have time maybe for some quick reactions or questions, roughly 5 minutes. Are there any comments, questions, need for clarification? Yeah, over here. please, sir.
Thank you, thank you. So number one is a concern. Are you going to share with us that presentation? I think this goes to all presenters. We'll be so happy to have those presentations. So that we can even do follow-up questions via emails or through our platform. I think we have already a drive where we can still continuously engage. My question to you is, this is a very good thing that I think you are doing as a Smart Africa, right? Now, and my question is in regard to connectivity, and particularly the cross-border program that you have mentioned. Currently in the country, we have a number of projects that are geared toward creating connectivity or establishing connectivity to our population. We have the county connectivity, we have the NOFB, National Fiber Optic Infrastructure Backbone. We now have the digital superhighway, which aims at actually laying down 1,000 kilometers of fiber to the entire country, basically connecting to the last mile and then using the private sector muscles to connect to homes. How do you link up or leverage on such programs in each country so that you are in tandem? Because I wanted to understand the role of Smart Africa, particularly in regard to the project that we are doing in Kenya, which are relying with what you are doing. Thank you.
We have a question over here, and while Max is getting there,
Thank you. Do you prefer French or English? Okay. Oh, no.
hopefully, no, it does not work. That's fine.
Okay. I just wanted to understand better two things. One is the Smart Africa Alliance operating under the aegis of another multilateral organization? C'est une partie de oui, comme le EU ou autre comme ça. Et l'autre partie est que s'il y a un projet spécifique que nous pouvons discuter, juste pour mieux comprendre ça que vous faites, parce qu'il semble qu'il y a beaucoup de thèmes que vous avez montrés là, mais je ne comprends pas peut-être le type de projet spécifique, ou c'est politique sur la politique, ou c'est implémentation, tout ça. Merci. Moi? Moi-même. je me repose. Oui.
So it's asking about specific examples. That is what I understood. And how exactly? The other, exactly. Yeah. Thank you. And question over here, Max, could you?
I did. Thank you very much. I think I've introduced myself. Thank you for a wonderful presentation. It was a good one for people who don't know Smart Africa. But I do, and that's a problem. Because the first time I heard about Smart Africa, and by the way, Lassina is my countryman from Côte d'Ivoire. My idea, my dream at that time, was that Smart Africa will be the digital equivalent of the African Union. And so as a digital citizen, I had great hopes. Is that still the dream? One thing, someone is asking one specific thing. There was the One Network, One African Network, where I, as a holder of a Nigerian passport, could digitally roam. That is, with my Côte d'Ivoire number, I could roam the continent. We started with East Africa at some point. I think in West Africa something has started. So that specific project, I'm interested in it because I've been invited by the AU back here in Nairobi for the Africa Free Trade whatever. So we have the AU of presidents in Addis Ababa. We have the AU of free trade that is coming up, fingers crossed. We have what I believe is a digital AU in the Smart Africa. Why can't we digitally roam? That's just the question. It's the same with visa. I won't ask you the visa question. It is the same with transport. I won't ask you the transport, but at least roaming on my number. Where are we at it? Why can't I be a free African digital citizen on my mobile number? Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Nena. We have interventions.
Those are working. It's a quick question, and I think in the light of what Ms. Nena just said, taking Smart Africa as a one single digital market, you said to reach this goal by 2030, like in light of the SGDs. And Smart Africa, in the way they operate, in terms of defining strategy for each country, how specific you guys are engagement in terms with each government, each country? Do you have a benchmark or yearly report for each country and see where they are at in terms of reaching those goals?
So thank you all for your questions. So coming to the question on digital infrastructure. So what we are trying to do at Smart Africa, and you will excuse me, I'm not the one who is in the very small details of what we are doing in infrastructure, but what we are trying to do is to first support countries with their own digital infrastructure development, but also and mostly trying to support the connection, the interconnectivity between the countries. And the Africa Backbone project that is there is how to make that each country that is supported through this project will be connected at least to two of its neighbors. So it will mean that we need to develop the infrastructure until those neighbors and then connect. And then work with the three countries at least in terms of developing this connectivity projects. Now coming to you, French or English? Okay. French? Okay, either. So Smart Africa Manifesto was endorsed by African Union. And African Union is one of our major partners, and they are co-chairing Smart Africa Steering Committee, meaning that they have a decision on what we are doing, implementing, and we are what we are doing and what we are implementing within our scope. We are not like but we have a very close coordination, relationship, and cooperation with the African Union. It is very key. Now implementing the projects, so we have various kinds of implementations. So it can go from blueprints for the country, for the continent, the in-country strategies, supporting policies, and so on, but also implementing concrete digital projects in the countries. So for example, in Rwanda, we implemented smart cities project as concrete projects, the smart waste management, the command and control center. So it goes from that range, from policies for the continent and blueprints for the continent to concrete implementing projects in countries, okay? Now for Madame Nena, the dream is still there. The dream is still there. So maybe it's taking more time, but the dream is still there, and the One African Network is one of the first projects Smart Africa started with, but it is still ongoing with a lot of work, regulatory work in countries to build this One African network. Now I think it's only Monsieur Mebeti question. So if you can, if I recall well, it's the link between what we are doing at Smart Africa and the specific support, in-country support on strategies and so on. So I will take the example of what I am doing at Smart Africa, at least on the policy side of it. So when talking about entrepreneurship and startups, Africa is one of the most entrepreneurs continents. And Tunisia started it, but there are many, Tunisia started with the Startup Act and having a specific startups policy, and Tunisia is championing. We had they supported or they led the work for the development of the blueprint for the continent. But we still have various countries with various maturity ecosystems, but also with various views on how to implement an entrepreneurship or startups policy. There are countries that went for startup acts, but there are other countries that are mature enough and they are not necessarily in the vision of having a startup specific something. And there are very mature ecosystems, for example, Egypt or Morocco. They're not considering startup acts, but they do have policies that are specific to SMEs. So at Smart Africa, what we've done after this blueprint is that we gathered together all the relevant people on the continent to develop a kind of toolkit, policy toolkit for startups. Meaning, whatever maturity level you have, whatever vision you have on your policies on startups, and whatever the stage you are starting on, you do have like a roadmap on how to continue to develop your ecosystem. Starting from consultation, knowing and assessing your ecosystem, to designing the policy, and not necessarily a startup act, designing a policy, to implementing and enacting and implementing your policy, to monitoring, evaluation, and then reviewing the policy. So this is what we try to do, is to have those continental tools in terms of policies and strategies, to have these continental tools and to support contextualizing them nationally through those toolkits or through, for example, national strategies like we've done for in terms of smart cities, and now coming to the data privacy and guidelines. So this is how it's linked from Smart Africa, from the alliance level to the continent level. Yeah.
And thank you very much. Please give a big hand to Rim. Moving over.
Great. All right. So our next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, is Miss Angela Lungati, who is the Executive Director at Ushahidi, which is a global non-profit technology company that helps communities to quickly collect and share information that enables them to raise voices, inform decisions, and influence change. And she's been doing this since 2013. She's also a technologist and a community builder and open source software advocate. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for her.
Thank you very much, Doreen. Am I presenting from that screen?
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Just from the very beginning.
Okay.
All right. Thanks again for having me today. It's a pleasure to be a part of the GDC Consultations with discussions on how to shape an open, inclusive, free, and secure digital future. I won't introduce myself again. I think Doreen did a good job about that. So I'll start off with a very brief historic background into the origins of the organization that I work for as executive director, which is Ushahidi. Ushahidi is a Swahili word that means testimony. We are a company that was born out of the post-election violence that broke out in Kenya back in 2007, 2008. I believe many of you in the room here know of that story, but I'll just go over it. The problem then was that a lot of what was happening on the ground was largely underreported or not reported at all. And so a group of 5 Kenyan bloggers who are the Ushahidi founders came together to basically help Kenyans shed light on what was happening around them. And they built a platform where people could send in text messages or fill out a web form and have that information aggregated on a map. So what you're seeing on the screen right now is actually a snapshot of the very first instance of the Ushahidi platform. And what this did was essentially give Kenyans a voice when no one else could or would. Citizen witnesses became empowered to document violence in their communities, share this information globally, and where possible, even feed this data to domestic and international investigators and prosecutors working towards accountability for crimes. Next slide. So who are we? We are a global nonprofit technology company with roots here in Kenya that develop integrated tools and services that enable ordinary citizens and marginalized groups to generate solutions to mobilize their communities for good. And we do this by building open source software that strengthens communities to improve their lives, empowering them to rapidly and purposefully gather information about different issues that are affecting them, enabling people to analyze, respond, and act on that information. Now, our work is primarily focused on 3 impact areas. One of the main ones is humanitarian and disaster relief. Second, human rights protection and good governance, but we're not limited to just those impact areas. And the ultimate goal that we are chasing is systemic change in the quest for justice. What we want is for citizens to feel included, for organizations to be much more effective, and for policies and decisions that are being made to be inclusive and representative of the needs of ordinary people. Now, that said, we recognize that as an organization, our strength really lies in providing technology and expertise that makes it easy for mission-aligned organizations to then go and collect data from respondents on the ground and use that data to create the impact that they want to see in the world. Now, I tend to use this illustration at the end of my presentations, but I feel like it would make more sense to use it as at the start to describe what my vision for an inclusive digital future would look like. Digital platforms like Ushahidi are like fertile land because they represent the potential for greater participation, improved decision-making, as well as trust. And the data and information that we gather from people who are affected by different issues on these platforms are like having good seeds. Seeds that hold promise to flourish and yield good produce if it's properly and appropriately handled. But without farmers to till the land, your fertile land and seeds are practically useless. The farm will not flourish without the people who are going in and putting in the work to get produce out of that land. And so it is in this context that I bring out this thought that ordinary citizens better understand the issues that they're dealing with and that they must be included as a part of the solution to the issues that they're going through. They know the context, they know the tensions, and so for any effective solutions, even as we have these conversations in the room today about shaping the digital future of Africa, we have to make sure that these solutions are tapping into the collective intelligence and wisdom of the people that we're trying to reach, even though some of them might be termed as too simple or not educated in the conventional sense. In this information age, ordinary citizens cannot be considered passive recipients of information anymore, but have to be included as active participants. Next slide. Now, technology can serve as as a very good way of facilitating this kind of engagement with the groups that I'm talking about. And that can only happen by meeting these audiences where they are. For us at Ushahidi, we've been very intentional about fostering inclusiveness in how we build and design our tools, because our goal is to empower communities to thrive as a result of access to data and technology. And this is how we've gone about this goal. First and foremost, our platform is free and open source, which means we are reducing the burden of cost and making the platform accessible to everyone, regardless of the financial ability. Second is that we innovate around the tools that people already have access to, which is the mobile phone. Whether it is my grandmother in the village who might have an internet-enabled phone or have one that doesn't have access to internet, or for many of us in the room here who have smartphone apps, smartphones and laptops. Third, we also make the platform available in multiple languages, allowing people to interact with data in the languages that they're familiar with. I think one of the things as technologists that we tend to forget about is the fact that English is widely used around the world, but it is not the first language for many people around the world. And if we're really looking towards being inclusive, then we have to make sure that people can interact with the tools in languages that they are familiar with. Now, these are all decisions that we made with our users in mind, and we believe that these decisions did have led to wide-scale use of the platform. This is a tool that is born out of problems that we always tend to associate with Africa, be it low bandwidth or bad governance, and that has ended up being used in more than 160 countries in the last 14 years, more than 200,000 times, by a team that is primarily based here in Kenya. Next slide. Since inception, this platform has been used to gather over 50 million citizen reports that have been used to advance democracy, report incidences, mobilize crisis response, simplify research, encourage activism, influence change, and improve society to some extent. Now, what's catalyzed such exponential growth in platforms like these over the years? I think my answer is best explained by what you're seeing on the screen here, which is the pothole theory, that it takes an action that directly affects you to make you go over and beyond to act. News about a pothole getting fixed right outside this hotel today will probably be of interest to you if you're moving around, versus news about a pothole getting fixed 10,000 miles away. And it just goes to underscore the point that I made before, that right now, with everything that's going on in the world and with the information landscape changing, where we're really seeing a much bigger push for there being a bottom-up approach to information sharing. We're seeing citizens becoming actively involved in sharing their opinions and looking for their voices to be heard. I think even right now with COVID-19, one of the things that has become abundantly clear to all of us is that it is going to take collective responsibility for us to really get out of this crisis. And I believe that the same applies when designing the digital future that we want to see in the world. So in the next few minutes, I wanted to share a few practical examples of how our platform has been used to advance the SDGs in one way or the other. This actually tends to be one of my favorite examples, despite the topic that we're talking about. So a group of activists in Egypt back in 2010 set up an instance of the Ushahidi platform to collect information about sexual harassment against women. And initially when they started, the goal was to create awareness about the issue. But as time went by, it really did shift the conversation. It was no longer about whether this was happening or not, but what kind of behavioral change needs to be seen in those communities and how this information can be used to effect that. And beyond that, they also ended up creating a model that ended up being replicated in more than 20 other countries. There are more than 20 other different harass maps out there where people are using that information to create awareness, but then also drive a lot of community-based interventions to influence a shift in mindset when it comes to sexual harassment. My second example is one that hits very close to home, given the fact that we are a company that was born out of elections. Of course, elections we hold that very dear to our hearts. And so for every election since 2008, we have deployed an instance of the Ushahidi platform to empower ordinary citizens to actively protect their vote, but then also ensure a free and fair outcome. And this, the strategy around this has been one that is less reactionary and more proactive and preventative, really looking at ordinary citizens as a source of information around what's going on, and then being able to highlight that and forward that over for response. I believe the plan is for a group called Connected Development in Nigeria to also use a platform to engage citizens in the Nigerian elections in February. Second last. One of the most pressing challenges that the world is facing today is climate change. And I'm sure many of you in the room can also attest to the fact that there's a lot of climate data out there, but there still seems to be a missing piece, which is the voice of the people who are being affected by climate change, and especially within the African context. We recently deployed our software in Tana River in partnership with World Vision and GSMA. To map citizen voices on their lived experience of climate change, particularly on indicators of energy and reduction of footprints. And it is a hope that that information will be fed over to local authorities to influence whatever interventions they want to run around that. To wrap up, I think the main, if there's one thing you can take out of my long presentation today, it is the fact that ordinary citizens have to be at the heart of any solution that is being developed. So even as we sit in this room today and talk about shaping the future shaping the digital future of Africa, let's also think about practical ways of engaging with people who are not in this room and leverage technology to be able to do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Angela, for that powerful presentation, and also getting to know that this particular platform is being used by people from around the continent. And so we're going to take some questions. I'm sure we have some questions. Yes, we have one here. Great.
I don't believe if mine is a question. It's just to congratulate the presentation.
Okay.
This is a great product. I'm in love with it. So you said it's a free and open source. How do a country, a startup in any other country, can actually make this an application? I'm currently on your website, but I don't have time to look at it. But I think seriously, you did a good job.
If I got the question right, how do other countries
or companies or stakeholders in any way can
tap
use
into
this
it?
and adapt it,
Great.
so to say, for their use? Yeah. Other questions or comments? Yes, over here.
Yeah, my name is Vincent Kumwenda from the Tony Blair Institute for Global Change, embedded in the Presidential Delivery Unit in Malawi. I must confess that we've used Ushahidi for elections in Malawi 2014 and 2019. It's a great tool. We've built on top of it a number of times. My question is, how can we bring in more private sector players who are developing software? I think to open up a lot more, I think, and as an example in terms of open source softwares like these, that at the end of the day, they are very great in terms of citizen participation, but we need more private sector participation. I don't know if at Ushahidi there is a formula or a plan or any advice that you can give that will engage more private sector players to come out with open source systems. Thank you.
All right, any other questions?
One more
Okay.
here, please.
Thank you for the very interesting presentation. My concern is how many languages you are used with Ushahidi? Because in my countries we have more than 200 languages. It's possible that we translate to the Ushahidis to a very huge number of languages. And the other concern is, as the Ushahidi is open source, can it be open to other countries too? In other hand, can we have the code source of this platform so that we can use it to our countries? Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
All right.
Then
Any others? No.
we give back.
So here we go.
Thank you. So I'll answer the very first question. It'll also answer yours. So there's two ways that people who want to use a platform can set it up. You can either download the software and take the source code and host it on your own servers and customize it to fit your needs, or you can make use of our hosted service. So on ushahidi.com, all you need is an email address, and you'll be able to set up an instance, name it, put a custom URL, and then we will host the data for you. So to answer your question on how best the platform can be used in other countries, as I said before, it actually is being used in multiple other countries. Right now, there's a team in Iran that is using it to document the protests following Masa Amin's death. There's, people used it in Brazil. It's been used for the Zambian election. So it is freely available. You just need to go to either our website or the GitHub page, download. You can customize the source code to whatever extent that you require. But of course, it is under a AGPL license. So if there are any improvements that could possibly benefit the rest of the core, you are also free to share that back. Right.
And about the languages?
Oh, and then about the languages, how many languages? I think currently it's available in about 46 different languages. I would need to confirm the level of completeness for many of them. I know we have probably about 30 that are at 100%. But because of it being open source, we do open it up for community members to come in and add new languages and translate. So for example, for us here in Kenya, we know that there's over 40 different tribes. As it stands now, it's only available in Swahili as a national language, but in case somebody did need to use it, you can add in the local language and work with a partner or with the local community to then translate this, translate the strings of the software. So you're not locked out as far as that. And then second question was how we can bring in more private sector participation to come out with open source systems. Where are the private sector people in the room? I had someone from Google. So I think I'd looked at this from a very different perspective and looking at it specifically from an issue-based perspective. Looking at what the value of having these kinds of partnerships would have. And the one example that comes to mind for me is COVID-19, how you have civil society probably working with private sector and working with governments as well. This idea of public-private data exchanges trying to lead towards a very specific goal. In as far as the value of getting more, private sector coming out with open source systems, I think I would first of all challenge those of us who have, rather people who make use of tech platforms, to widen our perspective on the number of open source projects that are out there. There are several alternatives. I think this is where the Digital Public Goods Registry also comes in, that there are a bevy of solutions that already exist out there, and it would just be a matter of then trying to pair up with private sector and seeing what value that can be provided in terms of skill sets or improving in terms of security. Yeah, that would be it.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Angela, for that presentation. And I guess it also points to the fact that open source is something that we all need to encourage more on the African continent. And so now, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to go for lunch. Lunch is going to be our next point of activity. And because we want to do this, I know we were meant to go into the breakout sessions, but if you look at the time, it's 12:30 right now. And that being said, I think it's not possible for us to have the breakout sessions and then go to lunch after that. So best we go to lunch and then come and do both breakout sessions so we are able to have our minds fixed on our key messaging. And so I would like for us to kindly factor that in, and also factor in the time, because the more we don't keep time, the more we don't get to pass on the key messages. So we are going to go to lunch and then come back and then get into the breakout sessions.
We have a
Martin?
60-minute lunch break. When you leave the room, you will be receiving a voucher that you can then use in the restaurant. So just be aware of that. Don't leave without the voucher. The restaurant is downstairs. When you leave the elevator, you take around like this. It's pretty easy to find at the reception and lobby level. Okay, anything else to say, Joy?
Yes, so we're roughly about 58, 56 participants, and so we're going to have 3 breakout sessions. One of the sessions will be here, so if you are if your language of preference is French, you will stay in this room, and the other 2 groups will have to break out into the breakout sessions that are right next door. From here, you will just walk and see 2 breakout sessions right there. And so we are trying to encourage us, just like we are spread out across our tables through the public, private, multilateral, tech, and civil society, as well as academia and research sectors. We prefer that you do the same thing when you're going into the rooms. So if you see somebody from your particular sector, ask them to go to the next room. So we'll have 3 rooms, the first one here, and the 2 of them are right across. Right opposite the coffee area is where the breakout session rooms are. Yeah, so we're just going to head out to lunch, and we'll have 3 facilitators for those particular rooms. One of them, Martin, will be in this room, and then Max is right with his hand raised up, will be in the other room, and I will be in the 3rd room. So just to make sure that we are inputting the information on the Miro platform really well, that's all I'm going to be doing. So the rest of it is going to be done by all of us here. So let's go enjoy our lunch, and then we'll come back into the breakout sessions. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Let's please be seated for 5 minutes. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. Was it Kenyan enough or was it continental? Ugali team, right? Yep. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Yeah. Yes, so I'm actually glad that you enjoyed your lunch. So for this afternoon session, we're just going to give a 5-minute brief and then head straight into the breakout sessions. Martin?
So before we do that, we have a 60-second call to action. Please, the floor is yours.
Time now. Good afternoon, everybody. Ça va? Oui? I don't speak any, actually I do, but that's another story. I just wanted to take a couple of minutes as we get into the breakout sessions to help us just kind of refocus our energies a little bit more. I know some of the people in this room, some of the people in this room know me. My name is Nanjala. I do very many things. I'm in this room in my capacity as a member of the UN High-Level Advisory Board on Effective Multilateralism. And one of the things that we are thinking about in our meetings, in our conversations with the tech envoy, is really the future of the internet and the future of the digital age. And I think sometimes when we get stuck in conference mode, because many of us here have just come from IGF, people have gone to other conferences, we've been at the Stockholm Internet Forum, we've been in all these internet conferences, it's so easy to get stuck in a certain wavelength and a certain gear, and that we think that we have to sort of retread the same conversations and the discourses again. But I think it's important for us to remember that this is a really unique opportunity that we have here. We are feeding into a process that is going to determine our shared digital future. And in a moment of tremendous transformation, of which Africa is at the center, there are contesting visions for our shared digital future that are moving around in the world right now. And we have to articulate a vision that makes sense for us so that we're not just people for whom policy is done to, but that we're actually people who are shaping policy, who are feeding into policy, who are telling the stories that need to be told in order to make sure that Africa is present at the table, not just as a source or resources, but as a participant. So I just really wanted to invite us all to think very critically about this very simple question. What do you want our shared digital future to look like? What are the problems that you're seeing? What are the opportunities that you're seeing? What are some of the crises that you're responding to? What are some of the tools that you have? What are some of the tools that you're missing? I think with those 5 questions and really trying to think about it outside our institutional silos, outside our national silos, we can really fit into this process because, as I said, and I think people in this room will tell you, we are really in a moment of tremendous transformation. This is really one of those generational moments of transformation, and I think it would be a missed opportunity for us to have conversations that we could be having elsewhere when we have an opportunity to feed into something so crucial. So that is my 60 seconds. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. 60 seconds, 3 minutes. All right. Thank you so much, Nanjala. All right. So we're going to do a real quick thing. We're going to count the numbers 1, 2, 3. And 1 means you stay here. 2 means you go to the second room. Yeah. And 3 means you go to the third room. So the third room is Naivasha. Breakout session 3 is Naivasha room. Breakout session 2 is Nakuru, just right next here. And this is the plenary room for breakout session 1. So we're going to do this real quick.
And we have the opportunity, the chance to adapt things as well, like if we see any imbalances within the groups.
All right, so I'm going to start here. So between 1 and 2, which number do you prefer?
Between 1 and 2? I pick 2.
Okay. 1 by default. But you said 1 is French. I don't speak French. I don't speak French. So I'll pick 3 because I don't speak French. So I'll pick 3.
Okay, 3.
1.
1. French is fine.
All right.
2.
2. 2.
Okay.
3.
3.
3. 3.
those who already took a decision, maybe one move over here. Please try to move over here just to see how many people we have.
Oh, it doesn't matter. One.
Everyone?
One.
Two.
Yeah. No.
Three.
Three.
Three, okay. Two. Two.
Okay, if you pick two, please be on your way to
Francophone.
one.
Yeah.
Stay here.
Just a reminder, also in one, even though it's more meant for Francophone people, it's a dual in both languages, so don't worry about it if you want to.
So kindly, when you pick a number, you walk to the room that you picked, okay? Thank you.
Three. Joy, should we just let them...
Two.
Okay, we let them go.
Okay.
One or two, I don't know.
Three? Three.
Okay.
One.
We go for two? Two?
French preferred,
Yeah.
and then either.
I speak. No, I prefer English. I prefer English. No.
You prefer English?
Yes, I want to speak English. Also, I prefer English. Two or three. So three. Three, yes.
Two.
Three.
Three, okay. So you pick a number and you head out. One?
Two.
Two, okay. Two. All right. Number one?
One.
One. Yes. Okay.
Two.
One.
One. Huh? French. French is one.
So two or three? Two.
Okay. Two, three. Yeah? All right.
Okay, the ones, please, if you want to, move over to the tables in the front. Please take it off. Donc, on va switcher sur le français, c'est ça?
C'est bon.
Ok. Alors, on y va. Alors, toutes les personnes qui veulent rester ici, dans le groupe 1, veuillez se rapprocher un peu. Voilà. Rapprochons-nous un peu, comme ça, ce sera plus facile pour discuter.
Someone was in Qatar.
Yeah. Sorry. Ok. Donc, prenez votre siège. Je vais peut-être aussi ranger ça ici un peu. Laissez-moi très rapidement voir où est la personne qui va prendre les notes. Ça me rappelle d'un autre aspect, par exemple, les personnes avec des handicaps, des disabilités, que eux aussi en ligne, ils ne vivent pas de la discrimination parce que ils sont là comme tous les autres et ils sont regardés comme des personnes. Voilà, exactement. Merci. Et
je voudrais toucher sur la formulation des politiques et des stratégies. Maintenant, avec toutes les données, avec les analyses que l'on peut faire, on peut informer les politiques et les stratégies qui peuvent mieux avancer notre direction. On a, par exemple, au Rwanda, on a Innovation Policy Lab au ministère. On utilise les datasets qu'on trouve, que ce soit les financiers, dans les finances, d'autres services qui sont donnés. Et ça nous donne l'habilité d'avoir des interventions, que ce soit la révision des lois ou des stratégies ou des politiques basées sur les données pour informer les interventions au niveau politique, mais aussi les changements des systèmes qu'il faut faire.
Merci. Ça aussi, hein, c'est-à-dire la collecte de données, surtout les données utiles, et voilà, qui peuvent donner une nouvelle qualité à des décisions hein, qui sont prises. Comme par exemple cette question des drones sur les... ça c'est un exemple très pratique de l'agriculture. Oui, s'il vous plaît.
Bon, comme je viens de l'académie, en fait, la démocratisation de la connaissance. Je pense que là, on a accès à la connaissance. Donc, l'accès. Donc, je pense que cette barrière que le Nord connaît plus que le Sud maintenant n'existe plus.
Est-ce qu'on a parlé de la famille? Pour ceux qui ne savent pas, l'UNESCO a déclaré l'unité familiale africaine comme patrimoine de l'humanité. On peut envier d'autres, mais le modèle de la famille africaine, je pense qu'il y a des outils numériques aujourd'hui qui renforcent le lien familial en Afrique. Et ça, d'accord, ma mère n'est pas sur WhatsApp, ni Facebook, mais elle a ses petits-enfants, elle sait où je suis et comment je suis. On lui fait le point. Mais elle peut faire des notes vocales et me l'envoyer. J'avais dit tout à l'heure que j'ai toute ma famille sur un groupe WhatsApp. D'accord? Et on se passe des messages. Et j'ai déjà eu à faire un enterrement, c'est-à-dire veillée funèbre en ligne. On a assisté au mariage en ligne. C'est vrai, pour beaucoup d'autres personnes, ça ne vaut rien. Mais en Afrique, l'unité familiale est quelque chose. À l'époque, tu étais au pays des Blancs, ton parent mourait, tu souffrais seul. Mais maintenant, on peut faire les funérailles et toi, tu te connectes par Zoom. Et tout cela nous renforce dans nos liens des familles. Voilà. Et l'identité africaine, donc le resserrage, c'est bien, des liens familiaux ou bien... Oh, you are typing in English. Family bonds, yeah. C'est important. Pour nous en Afrique, c'est important. Ouais.
Merci. Est-ce qu'il y a encore d'autres aspects qu'on n'a pas encore touchés? C'est-à-dire, qu'est-ce qu'il y a là? On a déjà pas mal maintenant, mais juste pour être sûr. Oui.
J'aimerais dire qu'on ramasse les exemples, mais on n'a pas encore parlé qu'est-ce qu'il faut faire pour élargir le champ. Où est le potentiel? Qui sont les blocages et qui sont les politiques qu'il faut mettre en place?
Pour renforcer ces effets encore plus. Et
le côté méta, dans un sens, comment on peut faire avec
Then, okay, great. So it is this one here, yeah? You recognize it. I assume the old icons here, like...
Yes, that is it. That is the one.
Okay. Then, yeah, do you want to do it here? That would be perfectly fine. And we give you another 2 minutes because we... Exactly.
Could I use mine because I'm not used to it? She's not used to.
Okay, your 5 minutes begin when you start to speak. I am going to give you a microphone. Are you going to be able to speak while scrolling? Here we go.
Okay, good afternoon. Hello. Hi, so my name is Sarah Wesonga. I'm from Article 19, East Africa. And I will be representing Group 3, which is Group 1 on the Miro board. Somehow we found someone else had taken our space. So on the first question on where are we standing with regards to SDGs globally in Africa, we had very diverse inputs from various countries, including Kenya, Zambia, Malawi, Nigeria, Cameroon. And the truth is we had very varied responses with regards to progress on SDGs. The SDGs that were mentioned quite often were the ones targeting people, so think of education, gender, women and the rest. So in the case of Nigeria, they've seen the performance on SDG 3 and 4 over time has been deprioritized because the implementation is still lacking. In Zambia, on Goal 4, the implementation of free education under the new administration has really advanced this goal. In Kenya, Goal 17 on partnerships has been quite exemplary with multi-stakeholder across the board, looking at how digital inclusion has been progressive. But I think generally across the group, or rather the team, was the fact that human rights is still not at the center, or rather at the core of deploying these digital technologies. A very controversial sort of has been granted to me. How did the use of digital technologies, how has it already contributed to addressing various issues, and how can this contribute even further? We cite the case of Rwanda, where the use of digital technology in enhancing service delivery for citizens has been enhancing service delivery. There's issues around using digital identities in the center of service delivery or citizen service delivery, because we saw that this sort of excludes a lot of populations. And also ensuring human rights impact assessment is done anytime that we are considering excludes various populations. So ensuring that this is addressed. Yes. On which contribution is necessary from each stakeholder to make digital technologies a strong driver for the 2030 agenda. I think one of the key issues was we need to invest in the safety and protection of digital infrastructure to ensure they're sustainable. The whole thing about deploying expensive technologies that do not last or are affected by rain or whatever should be for countries to adopt and implement these technologies, so that we are not just signing off to things that we do not have the capacity to implement. For our key messages, we had 5 key messages, and the first one was very strong to say that Africa is not just a market. We need to respect the agency, the input, and the contribution of the continent in this talk. The next one is meaningful inclusivity of any and all populations. Women, children, persons with disabilities, marginalized communities, and indigenous populations need to be at the center of this. And we also said, make sure human rights are at the core of all digital technology services. The fourth one is make digital technologies affordable, accessible, and good quality. Make sure it's not elitist. And lastly, thank you for that, is to make sure the digital environment is safe and secure for all. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
access to information also is helping to avoid, for example, deterioration of the products. In health, drone to supply, blood in Rwanda with zipline, AI to assist the doctor make better decision, and connectivity also help do intervention in remote area. So that has been something we have seen in the continent, and better participation from the people. Okay, now that people have access to technology in general, you have more voice. For example, women that get abused, for example, can voice themselves while before they were not able to do so. So let me move to the next one. So how did the use of digital technology is contributing? So people having, for example, access to pay taxes, and with the use of digital, government has better visibility. And the ease of access is encouraging people to pay, and government has better visibility. That means that more money in the pocket of the government, if they use it in a good way,
There's
it is
more
helpful.
transparency, so to say. More transparency.
Exactly. Yes. Yeah. Okay. More of efficiency in the processes we have seen. So and this I wrote it in French, but I mentioned it. I mean the human dignity. This is talking about the visa, and beyond the visa, and also more connection to your family. So the notion of family, the bonds to the family is now stronger because of this. We have included more people with disabilities today. I mean, and you don't need to show your disability, or people don't need to know about it. What else? The data is helping in the decision making. We talked about Rwanda, for example, with CDOs. Access to knowledge now is easier because of some MOOCs and all the online trainings that we have. So the last one, we have a number of them here. What needs to be improved? A lot. Okay, remove barriers at all levels. So we need a better harmonization in the continent. We have to build the capacity. We need to be able to build the technology we use, and not the technology that was brought to us. So that was mentioned. Countries should share best practices, and the AU should help actually enforce that. The gender agenda needs to be more intentional, okay? Better intention in the to include more women and give them not just education but effective education. We'll talk about it in the recommendations. It looks like digital. We talk about it, but it does not seem to be the #1 priority for many of the governments. Where is the 5? I want to see where it is. I'm not going to, okay? Yeah, it was not turned on, so I have then 10 minutes now.
Let's give you one more minute.
Okay, then let me go to the recommendations. Okay? So one thing that was agreed is that we consider numbers when we assess impact. And the message is that we should go beyond the numbers, especially when we talk about women education. This many women or kids, young girls went to school is not enough. We have to make sure that they finish school and they get access to, high-level jobs. Okay, so the development of local expertise. This has been mentioned so many times. We need to know how to build these things in software and in hardware as well. So the industry of hardware has to be developed in the continent. We have to have better digital infrastructure. Still today, connectivity is missing in rural areas. We need to be working on that to give to those people actually the opportunity to reap whatever benefit we have with digital. And then we have to have a better understanding of the notion of digital right and digital privacy. I don't know if anybody here has a definition for that. We need to understand it, and we need to have regulation along those lines and not just a regulation implementation, making sure that we enforce those regulations. That's what we had in group number 1. Well, did I go over time?
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much. A round of applause for him. Anyone think maybe there's something you're disputing on his presentation? All right, group 2. Group 2. Oh, are we having a duo? Oh, a trio. Oh, okay, all right. Does this mean you want 15 minutes, or you just want the same 5, right? The same 5. All right. Okay. I'm gonna add 1 minute for fixing the HDMI. No. Okay. Okay. All right.
Just trying to. It is just about testing.
Yeah. So. What about key messaging?
Huh? Key messages we can divide them between each other.
It's a cable. So let's try.
We just speak to.
No, it's again the cable. It's not. Can we?
Hold on.
Max, are you here anywhere? Oh, Vivian, yeah. Can you? She will. So we'll probably quickly change the cable. It's Max and Vivian. Could we bring a cable, a working cable, HDMI cable from the other room? I think this is not. It's a bit too shaky. Let's try again. If it works. Sorry. Yeah, let us try one last time and then. No, okay, great, thanks. But it's good to have it here. Do you get it wrong? It's true. You can use the mouse if you want to. It's connected. Should be. Yeah. Then with the mouse wheel you can zoom in and zoom out.
I use that.
Here's
Okay.
the timer, huh? Okay. Or we can put it here.
That's a scary timer.
Yes.
All right. So this wonderful duo here will be recapping what we discussed in Group 2. In terms of where we stand regarding the SDGs globally and in Africa, I think there was resounding kind of everybody tended to agree that we are not on track from the perspective of very key pillars. There was an ongoing discussion around how those are also relevant to us within the African context, and especially when it comes to how projects are being designed and whether they're actually taking into account the context of the people who are being affected. There were some points around corruption also being a problem and really contributing to us not being able to progress, and the lack of inclusion of different stakeholders, even as we think about how we're designing the programs and the projects and how to lead to continuity around them. There's also a point around the fact that COVID-19 really exposed the realities on the ground and further exacerbated existing inequalities. So that was a key point to keep in mind. Trying to copy and paste interventions from different places. I think the example that was given was many African countries copying and pasting the GDPR laws while not understanding the fact that it will not necessarily work very well within the African context, or even consideration of the kinds of people who are affected by digital interventions, whether that's persons with disabilities, and general lack of meaningful consultations. But there's also a counterpoint, thinking about the fact that we shouldn't only be looking at this from a point of gloom and doom. The fact that we have the SDGs as a globally understood goal, and that everybody really understands them and can communicate them clearly, is something that is worth acknowledging, and that we should really focus more on how we can move towards implementation. So key point there is take our wins, don't focus on the losses. Right. And then here my group members will help me. How did the use of digital technologies already contribute to addressing the issues, and how can it contribute even further? Key point there, of course, it's really facilitated participation and inclusion through use of online tools. For example, the UNSG's Envoy on Technology surveys to give feedback on this particular forum. There are a lot of government digital platforms that are enhancing transparency in procurement of payments. I think the other side of digital tools include the fact that people are using digital lending platforms to drive access to finances. There's also been a lot of progress around research on renewable energy solutions such as solar, as well as their implementation. There are plenty of open data sources that are out there. Somebody give a shout out to Shahidi, thank you very much. In providing platforms where citizens can actually raise their voices and jump into conversations on matters that affect them. There are also tools being used to address specific challenges on very specific populations. I think, for example, awareness on children vaccination programs, amongst others. Because I'm afraid of this time, I'm going to hand over to my colleague.
Thank you. So thank you, Angela. So allow me to take you through the third question, and then I'll take you through the key messages. I'll be very brief. So the third question was, can I read it? Which contribution is necessary from each stakeholder to make digital technologies a strong drive for achieving the 2030 agenda? And a number of suggestions came along. Could we go down? So there's government is assembling different solutions and ensure access. So there has been a number of government initiatives that have come along, for example, the e-citizen platforms and all that are actually ensure that people are able to access information that are necessary for service delivery. Then we have isolates governments to play their role in addressing the gaps in infrastructure. So basically here we're talking about the role of governments and the private sector. Where do the government end and where do the private sector takes over? So there was a need to ensure that government laid down the fundamentals in relation to access, connectivity, and digital literacy around, I think issues around capacity building, and then the private sector coming along to take over. We have, I think I've addressed the cooperation, the private sector and public cooperation to address challenges. Then we also have the open data policy to facilitate innovation. So on this, we focus more on what are the policy guidelines and laws and acts that the governments can actually establish to promote innovation. Then we also looked at creating awareness on the need to actually build capacity, because when you want to bring in new systems or new technologies, you need to create awareness to your population. You need to build capacity, train them, for example, areas on digital skills, training, and the rest. So, and that also plays around upskilling as well. So they need also to harmonize interventions. So to avoid duplications of resources, all players need initiatives are harmonized so that we don't repeat things. So I'll just go directly to, to key messages quickly. So number one is people engagement is critical to ensure context-responsive solutions, inclusions of groups and youth women that addressing inclusion. Then we have government and private sector collaborate under the power of issues so that we have that collaborative approach on addressing issues so that we don't have gaps. Consideration of the African context and timeline as far as achievement of the SDGs is concerned, we agreed, and I think it was my group's opinion that 2030 was too short. We needed to be realistic and contextualize those goals as per the African context. Capacity building, I mentioned that particularly when you want to, nothing works in African countries unless they are anchored on policies, laws, and therefore you have to go to legislators in parliament to make sure that they are anchored. You need to, first of all, build capacity within parliament first. That when we talk about AI, artificial intelligence, then they know what that really means. Otherwise, you create an environment for corruption because of misunderstanding. They don't know what they are driving. Then we have technology has to be paired with enabling policy, again tying on that legislation, building capacity among legislators as well. Okay.
And maybe just to add to that last point, the key message there as well is that technology is not the silver bullet. It is just a part of the solution, so don't look at it as a holistic solution to everything.
A big thank you to this group and the three presenters. Thanks a lot. Now that we've had the three presentations from the groups, just getting onto towards the meta level of this discussion, I would like to ask a couple of voices, maybe one voice per table. What did you like during the group discussion you just had? And what would be one thing that you would like to do differently in the next round that we are having? Do we have any voices who would like to speak out what they liked and what they maybe might suggest, or what they do suggest for the next round?
Okay.
Yeah, over here. Here we have one.
Okay.
One thing that I liked, I think in our group there was an attempt to listen to the different countries, therefore enabling all the voices from, and presenting different issues. So I like that.
Thank you. Great.
So in my group, I liked the fact that people were very honest about the real problems that we have in our continent, and they were able to, do, a few seconds introspection and, really outline the problems that we have, and also accept that there are good things, but we do need to accept that we need to work more to achieve the goals.
Thank you.
Any other? Yep.
So in my group, what I like was the fact that there was a lot of discussion foundationally that is affecting all the countries that spoke about their experiences. What I would like to see more is we have more time to talk about how do we co-create.
Okay, so to focus more on this aspect. Anything else? Something you liked or something you suggest?
More time, Martin. Do we have more time? More time is what everybody is asking for.
I just found some. No. Okay, then I would say thank you very much for this presentation, for your feedback as well. And I think it is time, speaking of time, for our next presentation.
For our next presentation, that's right. From the Association of Progressive Communication, a LockNet project hosted by Kicternet. A round of applause for her. She's going to be speaking about protecting a global, open, free, and secure internet, and also addressing the risk of internet fragmentation and reinforcing the multi-stakeholder model. And based on her presentation, we'll then pick a coffee and head into our breakout sessions so we can talk about protecting a global, open, and free, secure internet and address the risk of internet fragmentation and reinforcing the multi-stakeholder model. And here's where we'll discuss the main risks for an open, free, and secure internet from an African perspective, and also the measures that are necessary and how can GDC, or the Global Digital Compact, contribute to addressing the issue, and how can an inclusive vision for a future internet look like? I think that's very key. So
we should also talk about a fast and reliable internet in that case.
Is it still buffering?
Maybe we switch machines.
Okay. All right. So as the presentation continues to buffer, I think that we also need to talk about the key takeaways from what we got out of the previous breakout session, Were we all in agreement with what was presented here? Yes? Yes? Or were there issues that everything that we presented here is what we would wish for our technology envoy to the UN Secretary General to carry forward, and that would be representative of Africa's voice? Okay, I'm seeing a hand up here. As we fix the buffering situation, we can have one opinion.
This is something that came up in our group, and I think it's important for us to also keep in mind when we use this word Africa, we have to be very sensitive to the fact that we are talking about 1-point-something billion people who are living in diverse political realities, diverse economic realities, and diverse social realities. And I think one of my favorite poems is one that we learned in school, The Six Blind Men and the Elephant, because everybody's touching a different part of the elephant and seeing that part of the elephant, it's a fan, it's a snake, it's a tree, it's a wall, because everybody's just getting a little piece of it. And I think some of the conclusions that we get out of these conversations, we have to be open to the fact that if we were a little bit more specific, it might not look the same in different parts of the continent. The regulatory environments are different. Some countries have laws about things that other countries don't have laws about. Some countries have opportunities that other countries don't have, investments that don't exist. Linguistic contexts are different. There are no Lusophone speakers in this room, if I'm not wrong. And that's a huge section of the population. And so I think it's just very important for us also, as we are pushing forward proposals, this word Africa contains multitudes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. In case you have any other additional contributions to make, the Miro platform is still open for you to make additional comments. So in case you had something else to say, please refer to the Miro platform and add your voice there. Josephine? Take it away.
Thank you, Doreen. Good afternoon, everyone. It's great to be part of this consultation this afternoon. I think my role is just to ground the conversation around internet fragmentation, and then as you go into your groups, you'll have more time to have deliberations and discuss on some of the measures and contextualize the issue further. The topic on internet fragmentation quite some time, but a lot of the discussion centered around the infrastructure itself. So looking at the technical layer of fragmentation. But now as there's more conversation around digital sovereignty as well as the global strive on control of the global internet platforms, we are seeing more conversations starting to happen at legislative and regulatory levels. And the reasoning, or what is given as a reason for fragmentation, usually is named as protecting the end user, but we are seeing an increasingly endangering concept that threatens how the original concept of the internet is, which is an open, interconnected, and interoperable internet. Next slide, please. So I'll present two things. First is a draft framework from the policy network on internet fragmentation within the IGF framework. And then I'll share some principles that were from our coalition of civil society organizations as well as industry and individuals, proposing some of the core principles that should be looked at when we're looking at internet fragmentation. So the policy network on internet fragmentation is a multi-stakeholder coalition of civil society, business and technical community organizations. And the aim is to promote awareness of the technical, policy, legal and regulatory measures and actions that pose a risk to an open, interconnected, and interoperable internet. And the draft framework looks at fragmentations from three key areas. And the first is fragmentation of the user experience. And this results from users having a different experience, either from depending on where they have access to or not access from the internet. And with regards to this, it can be a result of either not having effective or affordable access. We see that quite a lot with unconnected or unconnected communities, because of the lack of digital infrastructure. Interventions by states, increasingly blocking, shutdowns, and censorships are happening more and more often, or corporations, which can be content control or walled gardens. Then fragmentation of the internet technical layer is where it challenges the interoperability of the internet. And we've seen such discussions happening, especially around IPv4 and IPv6. And so this can be caused by interference within the public core of the internet, creation of national internets limited within geographical borders, or routing of the internet traffic via private infrastructure by big tech companies. Then lastly, manifestation is fragmentation of the internet governance and coordination, and this can manifest through a changing of the commitment from a human rights free flow data perspective. And so the stakeholders, the 28 stakeholders from industry, civil society organizations, as well as individuals, were brought together by the Global Partners Digital, and they issued a joint letter raising concerns about the human risks of internet fragmentation, as well as setting out some principles for an open, interconnected, and interoperable internet. And some of those principles were, first, an internet or principles that protect and promote human rights, promote the open, distributed, and interconnected nature of the internet, protect and promote the global free flow of information, advocate for efforts to address the root cause of internet fragmentation. Next slide. Sorry. The last one, sorry. Yeah. Sorry, the last slide. Yes, I went. Oh, no.
This one?
Yes, okay, that one, yes. Encourage cooperation to promote security and increase trust in the internet. Promote efforts to expand connectivity to the internet, and then commit to preserve and strengthen the multi-stakeholder internet. So there are very many different and diverse views of internet fragmentation. It's a topic that is, I think, beginning to pick up pace. And so the GDC presents as an opportunity for us to discuss, to debate, and agree on building norms and principles that can be able to unify the evolving internet governance. On a regional level, I think the consultations today that you're about to have in your different groups will give us an opportunity to look at how is internet fragmentation manifesting in the Africa context, and what are some of the measures that we need to take to ensure that we promote an open, interconnected, and interoperable internet. Thank you.
Perfectly in time. Thank you very much for that, which leaves us a couple of minutes to answer your questions or receive your comments, if you have any, but I assume so. Questions, comments, remarks? Anything that you would like to highlight? Yeah, go ahead, please.
Practical question. Who are the members of the working group? Is it state? Is it civil society primarily? The working group on internet fragmentation. Who's in the room?
So the PN on Internet Governance, Public Policy Network, yes. So that is open to everyone, I think all stakeholders who are within the IGF framework.
Thanks. There's another question.
I would like to know, I don't know if I can get my answer here, why internet is so expensive in Africa?
I think I'd like to defer that to the group discussions.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, thank you for a very great presentation. You're doing a good job. I just wanted to find out if there are any accountability structures that are put in place, because I think at the end of the day, all the 4 or 5 areas that are kind of fragmenting the internet, there are specific stakeholders that are involved at the end of the day, and your reports are able to find out whether it's states, companies, or other issues. I don't know if there's any accountability approach to this.
Currently, no, and I think that's why the discussions, either through the policy network or other coalitions that can come together, especially at national, regional levels, are important, because we do not have accountability frameworks. Because also the views around fragmentations are very divergent, and right now even there's no common understanding on what it is and what it is not.
Thanks a lot. One more, yes?
Thank you, Delphine. One of those who drafted the letter you mentioned about, and we shared it. Also on the multi-stakeholder committee of the policy network on internet fragmentation. I'd wanted to let everyone know that internet fragmentation can happen at the national level. So while we work with the Office of the UN Tech Envoy to propose principles at the global level, there are also actions, policy actions at the national level that might fragment the internet. There are infrastructural issues, but there are also policy actions. Many Nigerians, of course, downloaded a VPN, and what they did was through the VPN, they will access Twitter anyhow. And what happens is that when you use a VPN to access a site, you take a pseudo server. And Nigerians took up servers in the US and in the UK. And what happened was that when the Nigerian government blocked Twitter, and Nigerians used VPN to access Twitter, then they went on Twitter to complain about the government. And when people woke up in the US, Nigeria was trending in the US and in the UK. And UK lawmakers and US lawmakers got interested about what was trending in their country, because Nigerians had kind of migrated, and there were letters calling on the government of Nigeria to look into that thing. So I'm saying that while we work, I'm in the working group, I have worked on with other stakeholders in that group, but let us look at our own national practices, policy practices that may give off that kind of deviant behavior from our citizens. And ultimately, I don't think Nigeria gained anything from that except the backlash of being an anti-democratic country. Joy, I had raised my hand when you said we were over time. I'm the one who talked about digital dignity that we get when we apply for visa online. Why are some African countries still not using e-visa? Are there any digital blockages, barriers, that will make any African country not to adopt e-visa? You see countries that don't have 10 embassies across the world asking you to fly your passport to XYZ. Why can't we adopt e-visas? Please. It's a question to all of us here. Thank you. And thank you, Kenya, for doing what you are doing already.
Into the breakouts?
Yes, we are going to get back into the breakouts. For those of you who would like to maintain your groups, raise your hands. Okay, that's all of us. Okay. All right, that's just a good number of us. So we're all going to maintain our groups. Group 1 will stay here. Group 2 into Nakuru room, and group 3 Naivasha room. So we're going to go in there. We have about an hour. Is it an hour? Martin, an hour or 45 minutes. We have 45 minutes.
Let's try to be
of
as quick as possible. Yeah.
Of discussion, yeah, and 10 minutes of making sure that our key messages are drafted, and then we'll come back in here and do the same thing we did, have different representatives of different groups make presentations on the key messages. So let's just be a little bit precise when we are making these presentations when we come back into the room, because we all know these are the 4 questions we're looking at. So let it be this format. On question 1, so we save up on time. Question 1, this is what the views of the group were, and then question 2, without having to read. If we all read these questions, we're going to take up more time reading the questions and responding to them. So I think when we come back into the presentations, we will just say question 1, 2, 3, and 4, and then give the key messages so that we save up on a bit of time for any other comments that might arise after that. So you can pick a coffee and we will go back into the breakout sessions, have this discussion for 45 minutes and be back here in 55. Thank you all so much.
Set the timer again. Yeah.
Yes, we're going to set the timer, so please pick a coffee and into your respective breakout session rooms. And we appreciate the openness that many of us have been able to demonstrate with sharing
So, shall we plug in your computer? We try? Oui? Okay. Ah, je crois maintenant la batterie est finie. Alors, où est-ce qu'on était? Ici, hein? Le premier, cette fois-ci. C'était ça, hein? Oui, voilà. Donc, deux doigts pour aller à gauche ou à droite. Et sinon, voilà. Ça va? OK. Donc, déjà te mettre en position. So, for everyone here, as we perfectly understand that now the level of energy is starting to slightly diminish, we would like to ask the presenters to focus more on the meta level of the discussion and then directly refer to the key messages. So what has been special about the debate you were having? What was something remarkable maybe? And then directly get to the key messages. Max, we have almost everybody inside now, huh? I think we're ready to go. And again, we will help out with, yeah, exactly. And we will help out with this little helper. 5 minutes just in case, but we will turn off the side. Okay, please.
Okay, thanks. Here I'm reporting again for the first group. I think that the aspect of our discussion that was remarkable here was we spent a lot of time trying to make sure that we have common understanding on many notions. When we talk about internet openness, what does it mean? Okay, a free internet, what does it mean? When we talk about digital rights and digital privacy, what does it mean? And we believe that it is important for this consultation to define, to make sure that all stakeholders have the same understanding on those notions. Otherwise, we'll go implement things that are different, thinking that we are doing the same thing. So we spend a lot of time discussing on those. We try even to redefine the question in French. So let me go to the recommendations. I think that's what we were asked to do. So the first one, of course, is have a better understanding of those notions and share them widely so that we go away with similar understanding. That's something that is key for us. Then we talked about making sure that we have an African voice on the table where decisions are made. And experience was talking there, saying that the inequalities that we have in the digital era are a reflection of the ones that we have in real life, okay? So maybe this is beyond just digital, but we need to make sure that we reinforce systematically the African voice on those tables. Then everything else was revolving around making sure that we have the knowledge, and we have the knowledge at all levels. So decision makers, the judges, the policemen, okay? the users, all of them. We have had many examples where a decision was made in court, but the person who was making the decision did not understand the implication of technology. And we know that in courts, people who do forensics, they come and they talk about what happened. So this education and capacity building is not just a technical one, but it is at all levels, from people who make decisions, people who write the laws, people who enforce the law, and people who use the technology, meaning the end users. We believe that that has to be done extensively in the continent so that we understand what we do, basically. So very quickly, that was the messages that we had in this group.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that prompt, fast delivery. Would now like to move on to our next group, group 2 or 3. Which one? Who of us is ready? Group 2? Group 2, yes. Group 2. Here you go.
You want
can
to
use
do it
this.
here on this computer? Is it okay?
Okay.
Yeah. Is this? Yeah. Directly to the key messages like this.
Thank you very much. Tendani from University of Cape Town, South Africa, will represent Group 2. So in our group, there was a deep sense of the fact that cybersecurity does threaten our digital rights and internet freedom. There was also a deep sense that the regulatory ambiguity also affects our online activities, and that there is a deep sense that the government needs to be much more proactive in trying to end up with, what did they call it in English? Infrastructure, regulation, but protecting individual rights. There needs to be cyber hygiene activities, sensitization or cybersecurity to protect vulnerable populations. And when we talked about this, we specifically reflected upon protecting our children online activities. There needs to be public participation, meaningful public participation. There are lots of acronyms, guys, honestly. I must remind you, I'm from South Africa. English is difficult. Anyway, but the point is that government, there should not be top-down, hang-me-down policy activities. The people that we are developing the policies for need to be very involved in the process. We have, in the continent, we tend to have a silo syndrome. So we have to try by all means to break down the silos in regulation, in initiatives, and try to define the clarity of roles. There was one particular participant who spoke about the fact that some of the regulations that we have, although they want to regulate the same thing, don't communicate to each other. So, and also there is this underlying, I don't want to call it abuse from the private sector, where at the end of the day is between the politician, who is our government, and the private sector, who eventually will let things lie, you know, the way it is, and the regulation will literally end up being a tick box activity because of the powers that the corporations have. Yeah, and then in the end, we were saying whatever that comes out of this conversation, the framework that comes out of this should be it should be in 3 forms. It should have the component of human rights, it must have the technical component, and it must have a very intensive regulatory component. Thank you very much. I am still, I still wonder why I was nominated, you know, but I know the person who nominated me, they will come to South Africa and I will retaliate. Yes.
Thank you so much. You better retaliate in a very nice way. Retaliation goes two ways, okay? All right, group 3 is ready now. Sarah?
Yes, thank you. So group 3, some of the issues. Thank you. Yeah. Yes, group 3, some of the issues we identified or we saw through similar to the rest issues around regulations and overregulation on the continent, and how then this sort of impacts what we would see as free and open and accessible internet. We also looked at the issues of multinationals not being held accountable for the misuse of data on the continent. And so how then would this look like? Another issue we identified was to decolonize the internet. Basically, we have very similar players in the sector safeguarding and gatekeeping this. And another issue we looked at was also on the issues of online gender-based violence in the form of cyberbullying and the rest. And we also identify information disorders, so mis and disinformation, online propaganda, or fake news. And so, yes, we, in looking at what GDC should do, we noticed rather one of the things it's very controversial, but we agreed as a group that the UN tends to be very hands-off in a number of issues. So to try and leverage on very specific, pre-existing legislation and laws in sort of implementing this. And our key messages are actually 5. To come up with independent continental regulation so that government is not over-infringing on particular internet, and multinationals are also not getting away with mishaps, sorry. And there's also the contextual digital cooperation. The idea is what is good for the North should also be good for the global South. And in this, we were addressing, certain things that, various actors are able to get away in the global South, but are not applicable to the global North. So this, we thought that one of our key messages is that we need to make sure the digital cooperation across the board is sort of reinforced. Another key message is the investment of digital literacy, particularly on the safe use of the internet. This hasn't been done, and also we were calling for the affordable internet for all to make sure that we are not leaving key populations behind. And at the core of this is also respect for fundamental rights for everyone on the continent. And lastly, it's to encourage investments for African solutions developed by Africans, because we've realized a lot of African sort of oriented solutions do not get the support that the other sort of institution gets. Thank you.
Thank you all so much. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you to the other 2 presenters as well. Much, much appreciated. So I can see that there's a hand up at the back. Nana has a comment. Yes. Here we go.
Thank you very much. I raised my hand when the second group spoke. Is there someone here who has heard about net neutrality, network neutrality? I think they all went around it, but did not bring out the word. And I think this is one thing we might want to contribute to the GDC. Network neutrality basically means that when you have a bypass, all cars are welcome as soon as they can pay. That's all. Network neutrality is one of the things that supports the infrastructure interoperability of the internet. And in many places in Africa, we get ourselves tied into these vendor lock-in that are accompanied by non-neutrality of the network. Someone talked about infrastructure sharing. So I just wanted to put it out here because I felt it across all 3 groups. Thank you.
Thank you, Nana.
All right, thanks a lot for that. Any other contributions? Maybe one more contribution? No? We're good? That means we are happy with all the contributions that were made here today, right?
And as far as I can remember, there were not so many contributions or so many aspects that were really disputed. Huh? Mm-hmm. So there was one or 2, but
that were disputed,
it was really rather an exception. So there seems to be rather like a common sense about the vast majority of the aspects here. Yeah.
Okay, because now the rate at which we're responding to questions has really come down. I'm going to ask us all to stand up so we can do some exercises. When did you last go to the gym? I think some of us only go to the gym on YouTube, but we don't really exercise. So, all right, let's all stand up. I'm just going to ask us to stretch. Stretch is all I want us to do so we can wake up. So we're going to stretch from to the right and to the left. We're going to start with... it's not like a Zumba session, please. All right. So on the count of 3, we're going to stretch to the right. If your hands can get down, even better. All right, on the count of 3. 3, 2, 1, to the right. And 3, 2, 1, to the left. And 3, 2, 1, touch your toes or feet. Touch the ground. Touch. Okay. All right, please have your seats. Please have your seats. At least I feel like that's good enough to wake us up, right? So once again, is there something that you feel was presented but not exactly contextualized? Is there something that we missed out on? If not, are we all in agreement with the contributions that have been made? Yes? Yes? Is that a yes? Okay, all in favor of contributions that have been made here, say aye. All those against the contributions that were made here, say nay. Okay, there's no nays. The ayes have it. All right. So let's just quickly take you through what we should expect. And also just a reminder that the Miro platform is still open if you want to make contributions personally without having to be listened to in the plenary. You can please go ahead and do that. The platform is open, and you can be able to make those additional contributions and knowledge sharing as well.
There's a comment option there on the left toolbar. You can see it here.
Right
so
here.
if you express solely your personal opinion or your personal point of view, please use the comment option so we can distinguish it from the group contributions we were having, okay? We will later also leave the board open, but block the manipulation of the existing cards, okay? So just so you be aware, but you will always be able to add comments, okay? You have that function.
Could you save the stickers, like, so that, you know?
Yeah, we will,
Yes.
we will do a backup of this board once we finished. Then we will block this in a sense that you can still access it, but you can only comment on it. Tomorrow we will reopen it, okay, when we go back to the breakouts. Mm-hmm.
Okay, great. So yes, all the sticky notes will be saved in green and yellow as well. But you can make a different color of a sticky note, just to be sure that we are differentiating them from contributions and key messages, so you can add comments in different colors. Right, now that that's done, and we're just about to head out to a networking part of today as we prepare for a dinner at 6:30. Is it at 6:30? Yes, at 6:30. We just want to take us through tomorrow. Tomorrow we're going to have a slightly different setup for our session. And so we'll come back in here at 9 o'clock in the morning. And we will just recap today, and if there are any other contributions that have been made on the Miro platform, we will just highlight some of those, and then we'll have a presentation on the impact of artificial intelligence and emerging technologies, advancing technological innovation, and protecting human rights. And we'll have a presentation from Mr. Marco Camilla, who is from the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, or UNIDO. And we'll also have inputs with the diverging perspectives, and followed by a fishbowl session. So a fishbowl session is more like a town hall session where we will circle around the plenary and then have contributions being made on advancing technological innovation and protecting human rights. Basically, the impact of artificial intelligence and emerging technologies. And then we'll now make contributions feeding off of what those who will be making presentations will have said. So I think that will also be a really interesting way for us all to make contributions or maybe dispute certain contributions. We'll also have a presentation from Ms. Linda Bonyo, who is from Africa Lawyers Hub, who will also talk about the same. And then we'll have a coffee break at that point, then come back in here and talk about the impact of artificial intelligence and emerging technologies in terms of specifically advancing. Rather, we'll have the breakout sessions. Sorry about that. We'll have breakout sessions after the fishbowl session. Did I get that right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, we'll have a breakout session and then we'll come back in here and share our key messages. But I would also want for us to consider tomorrow's session as one that is more intent on making sure that we are talking about emerging technologies, because AI is still very nascent in Africa, in certain countries, because Africa is not a country, it's a continent, and with different internet fragmentation. So it's important that we have that in mind as we prepare for tomorrow. So we'll come back and after the breakout session, we'll then head out to lunch and come back in here full of energy to really take on some physical exercise. Today's was just a warm-up, so I hope tomorrow I'll see some people's hands touching the ground, and much more as well. And then we'll just have a discussion in plenary on the key takeaways from the day's session, and we'll head on out. For those of us who would like to go and have dinner way after that, after the coffee, we'll wrap up and look at the way forward and look forward to other contributions that will be made in coming days. We'll have, of course, the closing session where we'll have closing remarks from our key speakers over these 2 days, today and tomorrow. And yeah, and then we'll be good to go. But I would like for us to just make sure that if you're seated in this room, you understand that you are representing Africa's voice. So if you are not making contributions that are representative of Africa's voice, then you're doing a disservice to Africa's contribution to the Global Digital Compact. So I'll go back to the fact that if you think you missed something out, make sure you add it onto the Miro platform so it's captured in the documentation process. Thank you so much,
Okay.
Martin.
We have there is a direct remark on that, very shortly. Please, sir. Yeah.
Thank you. I just have one question. I think I raised it earlier and it was never answered. Are we going to be receiving presentations to our emails? Or, and if they are in Miro, where exactly are they?
For the documentation.
Yes, yes.
So to clarify this point, we will put all the presentations that have been held, we will put them on the Miro board, and we will also send it together with the aggregated report. We will send you all the presentations as well. But you will be able to access it just as the presentation we already had from Amandeep and during the preparation call. And let me just try to zoom in here with one hand. So we will print them out, so to say, and you will be able to access all the slides. Okay, we will do this for all the presentations. And probably already by tomorrow morning, they should be there. Okay.
All right. Any questions? Any questions? No?
We have
yes?
one organizational announcement, and I would like Vivian to come to the stage. Vivian, yeah. So she promised that it would be very short. Vivian, please.
Hi, thank you. Just mentioning, dinner will be on the 11th floor tonight. Just so you know, also the reception will be on the 11th floor. Lunch will still be on the ground floor, as you know. For your visa reimbursements, please do send your invoices you have received from when you got your visa application and stuff, right? Send the invoice where it says paid to our email address. So it's gdc-consultations@giz.de. Yeah. then we can process your reimbursement, and you can pick up the reimbursement tomorrow during the day. There will be like a desk where it says logistics, and then you can pick up the reimbursement for the visa. Yeah. Then also, just to remind you, the dinner and the lunch and also the breakfast, of course, is included in your room, so you don't have to pay anything for that. But if you want additional things, that will be on your own cost, just so you know. And other than that, just wanted to thank you from the organizational team for everybody's participation and taking the effort to come, and we really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Special appreciation to our interpreters as well. They've done an amazing job. A round of applause for them. And an appreciation to our production crew, the cameras that you're seeing in your faces every now and again. Appreciation to the team back there. Appreciation also to the providers of our public address system. We were off to a rocky start this morning, but we hacked it along the way. So a round of applause for them. So thank you all so much for being such great company today. Max, you have something to say? Thank you so much. I look forward to seeing you. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow. And yeah, come full of energy, ready to bring out that extra African age to make contributions here tomorrow. Thank you so much.
And enjoy your dinner.